Thanks to resub. Nuclear. Hey, pre-notification gang. Thanks to the gift sub stubs. Oh. Yep, so I've been seeing that Zafe. That's something that the team and I are gonna have a real big talk about. Cause it's not just you. So I don't have any answer for you there on that tonight. But we're gonna come up with something. We're gonna have to. Here's a tier 1 cause. And the prime. Critical and resub hundreds. And the prime. Bucolic and resub Dusty and Spam. And the prime. Pie. I couldn't tell you, Deep. I have no idea. Thanks to resub Dawson, Roomy, and Flappy. And the resub Good Boy. No, I haven't seen the Impulsive episode yet. I've heard that it's very bad. I heard all he does is get tossed softball questions and kind of repeat exactly what he repeated in his videos. So, I mean, I can check a little bit of it out. I don't want to just hear him repeat himself on a whole bunch of nothing. There's the resub Room and Coolmax. And the prime craze. Kind of deep, I suppose. Thanks a bit, Sasquatch. I can give sub Twin and the resub Trashman and Charisno. Now he's getting asked real questions we all wanted to know, like why he signs off emails as logs. I actually saw that clip, yeah, yikes. Thanks to the resub Legacy and give sub Cereal Box and Tier 1J. Darman's just not fun anymore, too self-aware. Thanks to resub Dylan and Podcast. Thanks to Tier 1 Snake and the resub Coco and Peen. And the Prime Red Light. And the Tier 1 Utter and the resub Paraxis and give sub Grateful and resub Maushi. Have I seen Sons of the Forest? Yeah. It's not out yet, but yeah, I know it's coming. Doing alright, Kate. Thanks for the bits and thanks for the gift sub Zotorius. And the resub Scoop. And Purple. Oh, sweet. Thanks, Deep. I'm gonna tell you right now, YouTube's not changing the policy. I don't think I can recall of any situation where they've backpedaled a policy. They'll backpedal other things, like certain changes, but never policy-related changes. So I don't think there's gonna ever come a time they change it back or do anything like that. Is a tier 1 nade in the resub weekend, magic in the prime, useless. Did you see the TikToker who's getting sued for $75K for defamation because she tried saying a teacher murdered her student over a relationship, and she stated her evidence was tarot cards? Atozy just did a video on it. Yeah, chat told me about that person. The TikTok detective. Invaluable research, honestly. That's a thorough investigation. Nothing more reliable than tarot cards. Thanks for your sub, Hexmania, Evan, Crazy Ghost, Sight Geist, and the 5 gift subs, Gleek. Thanks, Gleek. And the resub, Kai. Did you see the FGC drama with NYC Furby? I saw some people talking about it, but I didn't really get the gist of it. What's the drama? He's a tier 1 critter, tier 1 Finesta, and the resub stallion. Yeah, that shit sucks deep. I saw that. Thanks, resub Berserk. Basically embezzling money from players in the Matcherino. Eek. Eek. Thanks to the gift sub Gav and the resub code name and Dex. And tier 1. Ananias. And the resub rhyme. Did you see the Reddit R art mods are banning real artists' art because they look too similar to AI art and then refusing to believe it's real art? I did, yeah. That's like some super turbo Reddit shit. I saw. Happy birthday, Swing. This is the resub Roseberry, Fire, Mineral, and Knob. And the resub Sloth, Mantis, and the Prime Tiger. AI art does suck though. AI art doesn't suck at all. It sucks for real artists. But the actual quality of the work is unreal. Like, absolutely fucking unreal. But it is awful for the artists, and I do feel very bad for them. Thanks to the resub Salazar and the bits Fates. Hope it goes well, Fates. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense deep. That's what everyone says. It just doesn't add up. Thanks to resub El Mago and Baka. And tier 1 imminent. And resub Coalescence. We're watching the Impulsive episode. I'm just gonna go to some of his points because I don't want to watch an hour and 20 minutes of it. I already did get kind of the spoilers that he really just repeats what he said in his video, which is nothing. even in this hour and 20 long podcast, he doesn't actually debunk any of CoffeeZilla's claims, which had evidence backing the claims. He only harps on the same shit he did in the response video, which is character attacks and shit. So I'm definitely not gonna watch the whole thing, but I do at least want to see a bit of it just to get like some kind of grasp on it. But I already, going into this, know what to expect. Am I crazy or is your webcam laggy? Let me see. Let's take a peek. Kinda, yeah, it is. Well, that's an issue for another day, huh? The Prime Colby Higeki Tier 1 Slug in the resub, Chasley Brecky in the gift sub, Ananias and Jesus, the 5k bits Kinnifer. Jesus Christ, thank you, Kinnifer. Yeah, maybe tonight, Crown.
You look like a piece to the people that are like, yo, this guy's sitting on millions of dollars, always trying to get attention, and now he doesn't give a about us, so he's not going to speak out about it until this other dude's going to speak out, and now this is going to talk now.
Great question.
What was the question? He was just like spitting a fact. Now, I know these are just like his lackeys, and his point is like, this is all wrong, but it wasn't even a question. He's just like, he's just like, right. Like, the only thing he failed to mention there is that it was a scam. But everything else, yeah, I mean, he's like, right. It's not like you were going to talk about CryptoZoo the next day or something. If CoffeeZilla never made the video telling the victim's story, this would have stayed just buried, fading into obscurity. All right, let's go to the timestamps. I don't need the recap. Okay, here.
If you put my name in the title and you label it Logan Paul scam, you're going to get more views. The problem with it is that is not true. And I've made tweets here and there stating my case, but I'm going to give some context with the back and forth that I've had with CoffeeZilla. So here are some receipts. Again, just for context. His name's Steven. The first time he reached out to me was on Christmas Eve after he released his series.
Logan, big guy. Coffee already posted the receipts. He reached out to you directly on Instagram, which was your only means of communication, by the way, since you blocked him, over a year ago. When that was a dead end, he reached out to your manager multiple times asking to talk directly to you. Jeff left him on red. It wasn't until every other avenue was burned that he called your manager, Jeff. Logan, yucky. Those receipts were already posted. But you are right, he did reach out again on December 24th to your email, again, after exhausting everything else, again, because you have him blocked.
And a misleading email, as highlighted in my statement. He invited me on his show to come talk about CryptoZoo. I chose not to do that because it is now clear to me that he's milking this. Again, why would he not? This is big for him. He caught a lot of traction. He gained like 500,000 subscribers, and I'm sure he got a decent amount of money pumping his Patreon. But I am not interested in feeding into that anymore. So we'll be answering the questions that hopefully he was going to ask me and that you're going to ask me today on this podcast.
But that's just so transparently weak. Your offer was for him to fly out to your studio to do it, so couldn't the same argument be made for you? Like, that's not a strong point that you, for some reason, harp on so heavily. His offer was to just do a general video call. In fact, CoffeeZilla doesn't even do those interviews, video calls, on his main channel. He does it on a secondary platform. So it wouldn't even be milking views or anything out of it. It's literally just getting the truth. Thanks to the resub. Brune, Spencer, Ringo, Supernova, Ace, Joda in the Prime, Elmo, Spider, Burble, and Mod. I don't know, Deep. I can't think of a really good change they've done.
I invited him on Impulsive multiple times, and he has not responded. My email to him on December 27th
was, you just have him blocked.
Since this entire narrative has unfolded on your platform, I can't imagine you'd mind having this discussion with me on mine. Of course, we wouldn't monetize.
You must have
This
recorded
episode
this
of
way
Impulsive is
before.
scheduled for January 2nd in LA. We can consider a neutral location if you respond to this email by the weekend. Best logs. He did not respond to me, so I tweeted that, saying I hadn't heard back, so I'd be releasing a statement. And then he sent me an email after I called him out, and a text, which I thought was weird, like a cold text. Hey, Logan, recently got your number. This is CoffeeZilla. I'm forwarding the same message I sent to your email here as well. Hey, Logan, I saw your tweet saying I haven't responded, but that isn't accurate. I asked you for a comment multiple times over the course of a year. You refused. I invited you on my platform. You refused. You invited me on Impulsive. I refused. We're unfortunately at an impasse, so let me try to get us unstuck here because I think people deserve to hear from both of us. I'd like to offer you a co-live streamed interview about CryptoZoo to respond on tomorrow at 10 a.m. PST, so no one has to travel on the holidays, so there's no editing and just us talking one-on-one. This is the most fair and neutral way to do this. I will send you a video link if you agree. Here was my response. I sent him an email after I posted my statement. Hey, Steven, just wanted to put my response to your scam allegations on your radar, linked below. Even though you broke laws, hardly substantiated your evidence, fabricated dangerously misleading falsehoods, and wrongfully accused me of scamming my fans, I'd still love to host you on Impulsive, again, unmonetized. It can even be one-on-one.
Hardly substantiated your evidence. I'm going to give him leeway on the breaking laws because even I didn't realize Texas was a one-party consent law when it came to recording conversations on the phone. So he didn't break laws, so that's blatantly wrong, but I'm going to give him leeway because I also didn't realize that that was legal in Texas. But this, fucking yikes. And fabricated, dangerously misleading falsehoods. What, talking to your team of criminals? Like, directly? What do you mean? Ugh. Thanks to the tier 1 dildo and the tier 1 memories. And the resub Feel Bad, Ginger, Sip, Sun, Spira, Stellar, Batman and the Prime, Punk, and Breeze. Hey, glad to hear that, Fates. Yeah, we got more coming. Thanks to tier 1, Tyrese.
On one. Sorry, boys. I'm interested in talking about your workflow, creative process, and
okay, let me skip around. I don't need to keep hearing him do this recap.
Let's right off the bat, as early as possible here, talk about the two definitions and the two things that are at play. One of them being a scam, the other one being defamation, which can be libel or slander. So if someone scams a person or an organization, they deceive them in order to get something valuable for them, especially money. That is the definition of scam. So my first question, and this question was answered in his series, it was a 5-second blip that was a part of a probably hour-long of documentary, filmmaking, was how much money did you make off the sale of the coin?
Oh, no. Oh, this is so much worse than I would have expected. Just because Logan didn't make the money doesn't mean it wasn't a scam. You know who did make money and 7.7 million's worth? 2 of the other criminals he hired to run it with him, Mike. Yes, it is a scam, even though Logan didn't make the money off of it. Holy shit. Oh, goodness. Yikes. I am going to assume this had to have been recorded a week ago or longer. There's no way he recorded this and released it today after his response video and the reception and all of the points made about it. I refuse to believe he is that blissfully ignorant of what's going on. This has to be old. Thanks to the resub Xander Forever, Honkage, Jack, Joe, and the Prime Aquamoth, and the gift sub Bob. Hey Bob Dole. Hope you had a good day. And the resub Sydney, Telephone, Benji, Blue, and Blake. Why would he upload it then? I don't know. This is wildly bad. This is just... So the setup he's doing here is Coffee refused to come on impulsive, so instead I'm gonna have my sidekick here make up easy softball questions that we think CoffeeZilla may have asked if he was lobotomized. And then Logan tackles those easy ones. For instance, what is a scam? Well, by the definition of a scam, Logan, did you make money off of this? And I already know the answer. Well, no, Mike. In fact, CoffeeZilla even corroborated this. I never sold the coin. That doesn't mean it's not a scam, Logan.
Or off CryptoZoo as a project. How much money did you make?
Yeah, this seems to be the biggest misconception, and it is.
It's not a misconception. We know you didn't
It's
sell.
disappointing that part was glossed over so quickly. Made no money off CryptoZoo.
Never
sold
claimed
the
you did.
token.
Said you
Jeff
didn't.
never sold the token.
He said you didn't.
Only lost money trying to make things right,
Also said you did.
along with everyone else in the project. But
Except for Jake and the other criminal.
no money was made.
Eddie.
No tokens were sold.
Except by those two.
And CoffeeZilla even said that in his series.
Exactly.
So to answer your question, yeah. No money was made by Jeff or I.
And
Thus, everything CoffeeZilla said was accurate. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Doesn't mean it's not a scam, bro. Talk about the leaked group texts about how this was supposed to just emulate another lucrative project to exploit your fans for money as quickly as possible off as minimal effort as possible. And then talk about all of the meeting memos about market manipulation and what's an acceptable amount to sell on any given day for the percentage increase or for the percentage effect on the overall tokenomics. Get into the market manipulation stuff from the actual group chats, man. That's what I'd like to hear. Jesus Christ.
just back to the flip side really quick. To me, once I heard that seemed just like a kill shot to this entire thing.
Yeah, maybe. If your brain is very smooth, I suppose. Well, everyone may have lost money, and the entire goal may have been to just exploit us for money, but Logan didn't sell. So I guess we weren't scammed. I can see how your mind worked in that way, Mike. There's the Prime Zero and the Resub Average and the Prime Plague Doctor and Tier 1 Orchard. There's some Steve, Saw, Epic, Editing, Snaggle, and the Prime Sunny, Soju, and the Tier 1 Geister. Yeah, true, Dylan. Skip to 14-14. Yeah, I don't need to keep watching him tackle softballs.
Now I'll play the other side.
Sure, and I know what you're going to say. There's
what?
a ton more. It's very
Another
complex.
side.
There's a lot of
No.
devs and all-
I empathize. I totally see why people are frustrated. I'm fucking frustrated. I've been frustrated for over a year. So I'll let
So
you keep going
frustrated, he
and-
doesn't
and
do anything
again,
about it.
While we made no money on the project, which I think kills the scam narrative immediately, there is more explaining to do.
What was your
Jesus.
intent with CryptoZoo?
A little. I felt wasn't quite fair. I'll listen to him, but like, man, if you were to interview and ask my artist what they thought of people just ripping their work to shreds, and by the way, some of them do this. Some of them are like post actively on Reddit hybrid animals, and the hybrid animals thread on Reddit is hilarious and has a bunch of likes and people commenting on it. But the moment that I say it's something that I'm doing, it doesn't work in that context.
I think it was shined in a bad light. I think if it didn't have the negative outline on it, people wouldn't.
No.
it started.
The fuck are you talking about? It was stock images. It has nothing. Even if the art was bad, if it was clear it was actually custom art by real artists, then the critique would just be, yeah, the art's kind of lame. The critique is the handmade art claim is wrong, as in you're using stock images. What is he talking about? His claims were literally handmade art, and he talked about how many artists he had on the team. But it was revealed that it was mainly stock photos. Now, the hybridization of the art with a panda with a long elephant nose, maybe you had someone drum that up in 5 minutes in Photoshop, I guess. But, like, even that's a stretch. Thanks to Tier 1 Blue Wolf, and the gift sub Boomy, and the resub Nathan and Fuji. This is much sillier than his response video. Ugh. But it is kind of just more of the same. Is there any other like discussion he has that's insightful at all? I know that he says that CoffeeZilla is milking victims of his scam, which is a wild thing to say. Just get over it. You lost money. Stop milking it. That is what. Where is that actually? I'll pull that up in case any of you haven't seen that. Where in this podcast is it? Does anyone have the timestamp? No. People are just tossing out random timestamps. Yeah, I know the clip's on his Twitter, but I was just going to watch it here. Look in the comments for it. Well, he got eaten alive in the comments. I already said that. I just wanted the timestamp for that other thing, for his milking it stuff. Because the rest, I already know. It's just tackling these softball questions in roundabout ways without ever actually debunking any of the claims with evidence. 2240, is that accurate? Let's see.
Thinking it, being like, how the fuck is this product this good? When you're doing these absolute,
games.
like,
Resub not
we're
there,
watching
man.
a superhero
Joe
kill
and
these
Zadie.
side quests day after day after day after day. None of these quests would be completed without your team. And when you win, we celebrate together. What I need this team to start doing is when you guys take a dip, you gotta stop pointing the fingers at each other.
When all this broke, when we were in Qatar, I'll kind of remember this. We were in the spa one day, and I saw the pain in your, and this, like I said, this is not going to turn into a fucking victim thing. I just want to point this out. I saw this pain in your face, bro, and this like emptiness in your fucking eyes when all this was breaking.
So that wasn't the milking it part, but that was embarrassing. Jesus Christ, Mike. Logan, when we were in Qatar, in that spa, surrounded by topless women, drinking expensive champagne, I looked over, you checked your phone, CoffeeZilla made a video with your name in it. You knew it was about CryptoZoo, and I saw, through the windows of your soul, I saw your heart broke, Logan. So I did what any good friend would do. I put your whole sack into my mouth, and I didn't want to, Logan. Trust me, I didn't want to. But I put it in my mouth where it was nice and warm, and I knew I could comfort you in this time of need. And I'm not trying to make it seem like the victim, but you ruined our entire vacation, CoffeeZilla. All of it. Ruined it. Ruined it. Thanks to the resub. Killer, Shine, and the Bits Deep. So what is the timestamp to him talking about the victims milking it? Can someone give me the accurate one? $23:45.
Is one of the most painful fucking things in the entire world. It's
where
terrible.
Where Coffee fucked up is by targeting me as some malicious, evil supervillain. If he had told this story objectively.
Did you watch the video? I have to wonder. I actually thought he did a really great job of talking about the other ones as being the really malicious, evil supervillains and you being the bumbling buffoon. You played the comic relief of the scam, Logan. I have to wonder if he even watched it. Coffee focused very heavily on Crypto King and Eddie. You were just the dummy, like the actual fucking dummy. Thanks the resub Harmonica and Jelly.
and told the story.
It was as objective as it could be.
Vilifying me. Regardless, we're still making this right. But in my opinion, that's where it got twisted and hurt the most. Dude, I'm sitting in the seat solely because of my fans. I love them. I'll take any picture you want. Unless I'm at dinner. That's my one rule. I'll take any picture you want.
Now you better get your ass up. You better wipe your face and get up. That might be the rule.
I'll listen to the feedback. I'll see it. I want to put smiles on you guys' faces. It's why I do what I do. I love being able to come on these.
You love your fans so much, give them their money back. Easy. Your fans mean so much to you. Wow, you do so much. You take a picture when they ask. Holy fuck, what a saint. Give them their money back. Prove it. Give them their money back. Exit tier 1 Quispy in the resub Fuji. He can afford to? He absolutely can. I got curious earlier today, and I don't know how accurate these things are. I was trying to look up like all of the known victims that have come forward about being scammed by CryptoZoo. I feel like if you tallied up most of them, you're looking at around like maybe like 5 or 6 mil from like the investors. At least, again, this could be way off. It could be significantly more. But like, let's say it is 5 or 6 mil. Logan Paul with Prime alone makes that in like a week. People are fighting each other in the UK for Prime. He could absolutely afford just to give that back. Be like, you know what, guys? I really do like care about you. This isn't just lip service. This wasn't supposed to be a scam. Things got out of control. You lost money. Real people were hurt. And I can't live with that anymore. I'm giving you your investments back. And since it's on the blockchain, you have the ledger. You can easily see who invested what so you don't get scammed by people pretending to be investors. And you could easily just give them it back and make it whole. But he won't. He could afford to, though. 100% he could afford to. No, but Charlie, he takes pictures with his fans. That's a good point. A picture is worth more than the millions of dollars that they've lost. Hey, babe. I know I lost money with Dink Doink from Logan Paul last time. Well, I did it again with CryptoZoo, but I got this dope-ass picture with him. Like, look at how happy we look together. What do you mean you're leaving? He is Don't Skip Podcast. He's refunding all of the initial investors. That would have been huge. And in fact, the way I know you're wrong is because I already read people's summaries of this. And everything, all of the main critiques are, why doesn't he just give the initial investors money back? So I'm assuming he is not. Look at the bits deep table in the resub BMO and Shucky. Oh, fuck. Logan Paul's response has 260k dislikes. Not super surprising. Can someone please just... I really don't feel like going through this because he's just repeating nothing points. I really just would like to pull up the part where he's talking about the people that lost money milking it. Can someone please just give me the fucking timestamps? People are saying 32. Okay, I'll try 32.
Am taking place intentionally. Not even taking place intentionally, just taking place on my behalf.
Why did you block him on Twitter?
It's like a little gnat. It's like a little fucking annoying gnat, and it bothers me. He won. He got to me, bro. He's the most formidable opponent I've had. I'm not kidding. The guy's good. He's very smart. He's very smart. He manipulates and twists the truth just the way he wants to get his people to believe a certain thing. He's good.
I think
it's marketing in a way, hiding behind the veil of, I don't make money off this platform. I'm doing God's work. I'm doing justice. By the way, go sign up to my Patreon. Go join my Patreon. We're gonna
Which fucking goober laughed at that? Like, this is a bad point anyway. He should be making money from his work. Not to quote the Joker, because that's turbo cringe, but if you're good at something, don't do it for free. Like, he's the best goddamn investigator the platform has. He should be making money from it. I don't see how that's a critique. What's the criticism there? Ah, he did these investigations and he makes money. He can't be trusted. Thanks the resub Shep Hunter in bed. Again, this is not the milking it clip though. Where is that?
You see the behind the scenes of my $10 million studio. $10 million studio. You got $10 million? Where did that money come from? How? I don't think so. Al?
I think he might
What?
be saying that sarcastically.
Or he rented it.
It's
you're
a
saying
joke.
So you're saying he embellished or like rounded up?
No,
a
I think he
number?
just says it sarcastically. It's like a joke.
It's in his descriptions on his Patreon, which I joined. He kicked me off though.
He refunded he refunded his money.
It's actually funny.
That's pretty embarrassing
he
though,
kicked
right?
me off
Like,
and he had a couple zingers on Twitter. He kicked me off. It was like, who knows where that money came from?
Oh, I'm gonna be honest. You got washed.
He
You've been getting
smoked me.
washed.
He smoked me. He smoked me.
Washed
Yeah,
on
yeah.
Twitter.
I'm
bro.
telling you,
I'm
he's
glad he can
fun.
recognize
Also,
that.
He's a very formidable opponent.
Yes, he's
If
good.
I were him and I
You
didn't like
passed
me
it.
in the
Where is
same
it?
way that he doesn't like me, and also realizes how much he can gain from putting me in in
the middle of it.
And now it appears reactionary, but this has been happening. So that's where the defamation piece comes into play, which is number 5 and 6. We've given Zilla part 4. He's probably gonna milk the shit out of this. He's probably gonna talk to more people who lost money, and that's where this also gets tricky, because I'm not sure what he's fabricating, or if people are genuine about what they're saying, because he doesn't verify backgrounds or, like I said, substantiate any evidence. So he's probably.
Do you not believe there's victims?
Put people who have lost here on a pillar and highlight them. That's what I would do if I were him. I'd milk the shit out of this, and like I said, he's probably going to. He's good. He's very good.
They're called victims, Logan.
Part 6 is the more he says and the more he continues to spread this misinformation that this was any sort of con or scam, the more I have for the lawsuit that I am filing. The defamation.
I do. The disconnect in his brain is wild, because he puts it on this lens like the guy, CoffeeZilla, is just someone that doesn't like him, as opposed to a guy who investigated this fully. So he truly believes that everyone that he showcases and every story he tells has to be by a paid actor, and can't comprehend that real people lost a lot of money from his project. Or maybe he can and he pretends to be stupid. Couldn't really tell you. But yeah, he just talks about the people losing money as being milked, or them milking it. Yo, you got scammed. Get over it. But yeah, it is bold. That is bold. Thanks to the resub, Milty. Thanks to the raids. Oh, hey, thanks to the raid, Smallite Mom. Hope you had a great stream. Thanks to bits, chicken and snurt. Yeah, I started Dark Tide and I did like it. Thanks to the bits, Chromium. Yeah, maybe. That could be it. Thanks to Prime Red Light. To be defamed. Well, again, there's a ton of reasons why a defamation suit is not going to work for Logan. We went over on the podcast today. I don't feel like just repeating all the points. I feel like anyone can look up any lawyer right now, and all of them will tell you just how difficult a defamation case is to win. To prove that you have been defamed is one of the most difficult cases to actually clutch in a situation like this. It's not, he won't win. He knows that. It's just about bullying. Do 108.47.
Bookend this with
What a funny picture.
No, I got a letter from a passenger on a plane, went kind of in the midst of all this. Granted, as a fault of my own, but this was something I really appreciated at this time in my life, and like really, really appreciate it. And I appreciate it now, obviously, but like I needed to hear this at the time. I think we were on a flight back from Denmark to the States, I think. And this kid sitting next to me handed me this note, and I had no idea what it was going to be. I think I was in such a negative headspace that time. I was positive it was going to be something talking shit, telling me to go fucking die or some shit.
What the fucking balls on that kid if he did.
Can you imagine? Yeah, exactly. Can you imagine that kid's like, holy shit, it's Logan Paul. Bro, my dad lost some money on your fucking crypto scam. Read this. That'd be so huge.
Just imagine the plane didn't land and he goes, hey, read this, dickhead. And he just sits back, buckles up.
It's like, Dear Logan, aka Agent of the Matrix. Tay owns you. You are an L plus ratio. Love little Johnny from
fucking
17.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. And so this kid hands me this note, and I read it. I posted this on Twitter. Dear Logan, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm sure you'd just like to have a normal and relaxing flight. I'd just like to say, your videos helped me through a rough patch in my life, and I will always be grateful. You made me laugh when I needed it, and although I don't know you personally at all, it was always clear to me that you have a kind heart and you are a good person. I hope this isn't too presumptuous of me to say. While I have you here, I'd also like to wish you a Merry Christmas and Happy Holiday Season, and in general, wish you a happy and fulfilling life. You are a very beautiful person, and I really hope you know that. Love, Lane Schlegel. P.S. I also recommend you check out the book, The Pocket Pima Cauldron, it looks like. It helps me more than words can describe, and I hope it can be of use to you.
Real letter. Hey, from Lane at United PR Agency. Jesus. What does this have to do with anything? Even assuming this actually happened, which I doubt, but what? Thanks to Tier 1 Mike. And the resub Pablo, Pappy, Shazam, and Buster. And the resub Kid, Flux, and Tier 1 Chicken Man. And the resub Dinkelberg. All he has to do... Hey, Carl. All he has to do is read this letter in court and he wins. The jury would be moved to tears. They're like, oh my god. Well, if Lane said so, this man has to be innocent. I think I really do think Stan's had the best take on it. Like, if he was Logan Paul's guy, he would have advised to just ignore it. And he's absolutely right. I thought the right play would just be make everyone hooligan, refund them. I think that's the morally correct thing to do. But if Logan just wanted the easiest way and just to get out of this as quickly as possible, if he never said anything, he would have been fine, actually. But now he's posted this on both of his main platforms, Logan Paul channel and now Impulsive. All of his audience is now aware of this. Now they've probably watched CoffeeZilla's video, and with all of that evidence, they're going to look at Logan Paul and be like, fuck, this guy hasn't proven his innocence at all. He hasn't even mentioned any of the claims. So he really fucked himself. If he had just ignored it, his audience would have never known, never cared, and he would have been in the same situation. He would have been fine. His fans are definitely not watching CoffeeZilla's video. I disagree. So I actually think since now he's posted it 2 times, they're going to be like, what is he talking about? What are these scam allegations? I bet it's a bunch of baloney, a bunch of fucking barnacles. Logan would never do that. Let me see what this is. And they'll watch it for even a second, like hate watch it. But then Coffee immediately starts making points and they're like, interesting. His audience, no. I don't know. Maybe I'm now skewed on what I think his audience is after the CoffeeZilla videos because everyone that he interviewed that got scammed for a lot of money was not a kid. They were young adults. So now maybe I'm under the false idea that his audience is older than they are. I always thought he had like a Disney Channel audience, but after the CoffeeZilla investigation, I became convinced they were older. Plus he's in the WWE now, which is mainly older audience. So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong fully. WWE's kids. You couldn't be more wrong. The squared circle, I think their like median demographic age is like 30. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like wrestling, I don't think kids are interested in. I could be wrong too, but I feel like wrestling is overwhelmingly enjoyed by older audience. There's the resub Gandalf, Devbro, Novian, and the Prime Satan. And the resub Henry, Syllabi, and Juicer. And Hava. Kids love wrestling. I just don't see that. I really don't. Look at everyone who plays WWE 2K series. Look at everyone who discusses wrestling online. Look at any wrestling TikTok and go to the person's channel and they're all older. Kids are very much more in on like the influencer space and anything gaming related. I just don't see them being wrestling fans. Watch the crowd. Oh, I'm sure there are kids there for sure. I grew up loving wrestling. I just don't think that's the current generation of kids. There's a bitch chicken. Plus, WWE's still on like fucking cable, right? What kids watching TV to begin with? Though I guess you could get like just the subscription streaming service to watch it too. These are so brilliant. But yeah, this is nothing. He still does nothing to fight any of the evidence-backed claims from Coffee. Rough. He needs better advice. He needs people around him that are actually knowledgeable enough to give him better advice. Jeff is a fucking bumbling idiot, and whoever is guiding him in this direction is way off. He's got a bad team behind him for this. Saj not watching his fake crying. Does he squeak out a few fake tears?
Dude, I started crying in my seat.
Oh.
Which, as you know, is uncommon for me.
Because you're a robot.
Some say. One tear from each eye. I tracked it.
You bottled it up.
It was
Currently for sale.
And what was your headspace at? Like, did you see the kid afterwards? Did you like?
Yeah, absolutely. I read this note and like my heart was so full of warmth. I guess tears were the only way I knew how to handle it. And I immediately went to just gratitude. And I spoke with him afterwards, and I was like, dude, I know you don't know me, but I really needed to hear this right now. I really needed to hear this right now. You don't understand how much this means to me.
Now come work on my podcast.
And he's like, yeah, man, I just felt something was telling me to write that to you. And we got in a conversation studying anthropology at a university, and I told him that it was just insane how the reciprocation of energy that had taken place with me at a point in his life.
Oh, wow, that is a moving moment to be sure. Take that, CoffeeZilla. That's the kind of man you're gonna call a scammer? I think not. Ooh, Jesus Christ. Thank you for the 50 gift subs, Pelican. Jesus, what the fuck? Thanks for the fat drop. And the tier 1 waitress in the Prime District. Holy fuck, Pelican. Thank you for the huge, huge drop. Appreciate the generosity. Finish it? Nah, I don't need to. That in no way at all relates to the overall situation. That is weird sympathy gathering points. I don't even really get it. I have no interest in seeing him fake cry or draw that out any longer. What I wanted is for him to actually tackle the evidence. I would really like to hear from his side, if there is one. Right now, I'm starting to genuinely doubt he has any legs to stand on there on this situation. But who knows? Is he tier 1 pragmatic in the resub teak in the prime trends? Thanks a bit deep. A new still. You didn't see him push Prime at the end.
You look like a.
Yeah, Prime needed an extra push. It's only on his goddamn phone case on the table, them drinking it constantly, them fiddling with it constantly. Yeah, it needed that extra push. Yeah, surely I needed to see that. I get it. Logan Paul is less of a content creator and more of like a merch vessel. I don't need to see his ad read at the end. I get it. Jesus. Thanks to the Prime Paul. Holy fuck again, Bob? This is Resub Hockey, and thank you again, Bob. You've been so fucking generous, man. Thank you, Bob. This is Prime Stingray. Hope you had a great day. This is Resub Core. No, I haven't played Pacify. I've heard of it, though. Here, how about this? I'll watch his closing remarks, which are all about Prime. I'll go before his closing remarks.
That's not what,
No, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant.
Hey, and this will transition to, contrary to popular belief, I'm living my life. I'm posting it online. I'm sharing my experiences. I'm being authentic to myself. And I'm not part of the Matrix. I don't know if I was
Fucking prove it, bro.
I'll tell you why, how I can prove it. If I was a part of the Matrix, I would give a fuck and play by the rules and be safe with what I say. No.
That is exactly what you do. What are you talking about? What are you saying? Do you not listen to your own stuff? That is like that's your whole brand. Your vanilla ice cream. What do you mean? That like you do scams, which is definitely like the edgiest thing about you is the scams you do. But like your show is as tame as it could possibly get. Bro, you went on an r/atheism rant against your boy George, talking about how he needs to go to like a psychiatrist about being a Christian. Because you were trying to play safe with atheism being like the more online safe thing to preach about. Your whole brand is about trying to say the most inoffensive thing to never tote the line. It's so weird. It's not even what he said. What do you mean? I pulled that clip up the other day. That is exactly what he says. Like, you need psychiatric help for being a Christian. Your beliefs. Here, there's no way we actually have Logang in here. Like, he legitimately had a whole rant about it. Where are the YouTube shorts again? It'll be so much faster just to find the raw there. Here's a tier 1 bring. What the fuck is it? Why are shorts not popping up now? I don't want to watch the recaps on it. Use the filters. Is there a shorts filter? No. Oh. Apologizes to George for mocking faith. I didn't even see that in the goddamn title. It's in the top left. Oh.
Secret Service team, the Eagle has landed.
Well, that didn't search in shorts at all. Is there a different search in here?
This guy?
How do I search in shorts? Thanks to the resub, Chris and Mosh. Bits deep. What's that? Is this the clip? I can't click links, man. You can't. What the fuck? Well, why aren't the shorts popping up in my normal search? Oh, here they are.
Because I'll be honest with you, bro. Jesus Christ fucks.
Oh, God. Genuinely, I know people that hate me, that treat me better about my faith than you, and you're my best friend. So, like, one that really hurt me is you told me I need a therapist because I believe in Jesus.
Therapist, not a
I
psychiatrist.
just am definitely questioning why we have to perpetuate a belief that is fucking silly. I think it's a silly practice to engage in, and
That's
I think
what it
it's
was.
I think
Therapist.
it deserves satire. Because I'll be honest with
Like, he's just giving what he believes to be the safest takes for pandering. That is, like, his whole fucking brand. Like, there's nothing safer than mocking Christianity. Like, that's, like, the easiest thing he could do. I don't know why he's saying, like, he doesn't give a fuck. He says what's on his mind. Like, what do you... You play the safest possible shit. That's not safe take at all. You don't go on Twitter. I'll tell you right now, you do not go on Twitter. That's like the lowest hanging fruit there is. And you don't? What? Play the safest possible route? I don't know. I don't... Not on purpose. For example, I think the safest route in this situation is to try and play both sides, but there isn't another side here. Logan Paul is just dead to rights. Skip Bayless does? Well, Skip Bayless is borderline senile. He's a prime sushi in the gift sub twin and anonymous. Have you seen the vid that aired today of Skip and Shannon? Nah, I didn't bother watching. He's a prime cares. I miss your exorcism videos. Well, there's no more good exorcisms anymore, man. All the demons are gone. They've all been exorcised now. What do you want from me? Need me to call up the Vatican to get more exorcists out here? Like, what am I supposed to do about it? He's a tier 1 Grinch in the resub Matthias and Zero. White Show just doesn't exist anymore, Tori, but that was a lot of fun, yeah. They have like a spiritual successor to it. What are you playing tonight? I'm not sure. I was gonna maybe start AMOC running, but I'm not positive. Because I still need to set up the 60 FPS cap, and I haven't done that yet. I don't know if I feel like doing that tonight, so maybe tomorrow. Thanks for your sub, Hayden, Diabolical, and the Prime Neo. World. Oh, yeah, I saw that one. Ant just broke his fucking shoulder. I don't know who that is, but sorry to hear that. I can't watch someone break their arm on Twitch, man. Pretty sure it's against the rules. So I'm not gonna risk it. It's the Aiden Ross bodyguard. That's rough. That sucks. Thanks, resub Ed. Oh my god, you just reminded me of something. Tiana told me a crazy story that happened this week. Who knows about this situation? I'm going to imagine none of you. Oh, the video's been privated now. That makes sense. I still have it up. I'll explain it. You guys remember, like, only 2 days ago I was talking about those vigilante predator hunters who never actually do anything beneficial when it comes to locking up pedophiles? Because the authorities can't use their investigation, so what ends up happening is they impede real investigative work, and it makes it very hard to then bust the pedophiles. I'm not a fan of vigilante pedophile hunters. I think they're trying to do a good thing in a bad way. Well, this week, a vigilante pedophile hunter caught a dentist in his sting, in his content, and today, that dentist killed himself in his office. It was fucking crazy. What if he wasn't a pedo? I feel like if you're not a pedophile, you're probably not going to meet up somewhere under the impression that it's a 12-year-old you're going to fuck. Like, it's by definition entrapment, I guess. But even still, it's like, who's gonna fall for that if they're not a pedophile? You know what I mean? Like, that's not just gonna be like, oh, fuck, totally innocent guy got wrapped up coming here thinking he was fucking a 12-year-old. He's not a pedophile, though. It's like, you're really only gonna end up there if you're actually a pedo. He's a Prime Tesseract. I don't understand. Why does everyone want me to watch Ant break his arm? I watch it and I go, ew, his arm's broken. Now what? What's the point? Because of a crazy sound. You think I haven't heard people break their arms? I don't really get it. I watch it, I go, wow, that arm's broken. And that's it. There's nothing to discuss or anything. There's no topic there. It's just, he broke his arm. That's unlucky, but damn, what a way of going out. He's a bit sucky. That's good enough for me. Okay. Let me see it first. Off stream, just in case it is against terms.
Oh, what the? Oh shit, you good?
It's broke.
Oh, what the fuck?
I heard
that shit, bro. What the fuck?
I heard it. I heard it.
No,
Bro, I ain't gonna lie.
I fucking heard that shit, bro. What the fuck?
Arm wrestling will do that to you. That happens pretty often, actually. You'd be shocked. I don't have anything, like, there's nothing else to say about it. He broke his arm. Unlucky. Just an arm wrestling incident. You didn't mute it. Well, yeah, that was the whole point, right? For me to listen to it. That kind of shit doesn't, like, irp me or anything. It's just like, I feel bad for him. He broke his arm. Wish that didn't happen for him. I don't get it. I don't get what the fuck the point is. There's no topic there. I can watch a million arm wrestling breaks that are significantly worse than that. It just always happens. That position puts so much strain on it, that shit breaks all the time. I've seen thousands. There's a resub John and Tanber. There's a resub Burrito. Give sub Psychedelics. They knew his shoulders were bad, but still did it. Wasn't his shoulder. There's no shot that was his shoulder. Sleep well, Koja. Thanks to the bits, Red Matter. Thanks to the 5 gift subs, Jalawi. Oh. Why do you keep saying Muda tweet? What do you tweet? What 0 showers does to a motherfucker. What's this about? Oh, is this about the art ban? The AI art ban? Nice. Well, Reddit mods are power tripping weirdos. Not surprising at all. I'm shocked this wasn't longer. You've been banned and reported for harassment. In fact, not only that, I've reported you to the Better Business Bureau, and I found where you worked, and I've reported you to your boss. Your kind of disrespect will not be tolerated here on the R Art board, and in fact, the narwhal bacons at midnight. Have a nice day, madame. Or good gentle sir. Thanks for your sub Festa and Cuckleberry. We can't see. Can't see what? Oh. You can't see the first 3 words. Lol, the subreddit is private, is what it says. Remember the anti-work mod that went on Fox? Oh, Jesus Christ, yeah, I do. Oh, fuck me, yeah, that was awful. Oh, Lord, yeah. Oh, man, that was one of the worst. That was a disaster. There's a resub Cypher in the Prime devastatingly. In the resub Cleo. Whole thing gone in an instant. Well, they didn't delete it, but yeah, it fucking tanked it. Hold on, Tiana just went to bed, so I'm gonna go say goodnight real quick. Be right back. Give me 2 seconds. back. I think it's a resub. Flare. And the resub Hinlow. Yeah, I saw the bodyguard snap his arm. Thanks, resub Soda. Unlucky. Thanks, the Prime Cafe and Pepper. Megan is getting great reviews. I don't believe it. I heard it was getting bad reviews. Couldn't tell you. I don't want any kind of spoilers for it. I'm going in there expecting something enjoyably shitty. And I want to be surprised. %95 on Rotten Tomatoes. Man, that site fucking sucks though. Rotten Tomatoes is so unreliable for anything. I do still sometimes use it as a general metric of things. So like Witcher Blood Origin, for example. I did get curious on its Rotten Tomatoes reviews. Even they hate it. So the way I look at Rotten Tomatoes is, if it's low on Rotten Tomatoes, it must be like especially shit. Because they give 100% to Big Mouth. He's a tier 1 Swampy. I think Rotten Tomatoes is fucking worthless. The audience score is usually pretty decent, though. I never really get super, like, against the audience score, except on some stinkers like King Arthur that get a high audience score. But usually, the audience score is pretty alright. The critic one, always fucking worthless, though, on Rotten Tomatoes. Thanks, Risa Badlin. You see the menu yet? No, I still haven't seen the menu yet. I wanted to, though. Thanks to Prime Cray. Arthur was good, so shut up. There's been 6 King Arthur movies. I hope you're not thinking of the bad one. This is ass. I hope this is not the one you're defending. Andrew and I saw this in theaters. We were both so unbelievably upset by how bad it was. It wasn't that bad. Oh, bro, this movie sucked. This movie was bad. Thanks to the 25 gift subs, Car. Jesus, and the 20 gift subs, Kinji. What the fuck? The back-to-back 20 drops. Thank you for the generosity. Good lord. Oh yeah, Cutie's also got an 80% on Rotten Tomatoes. Or something like that. True. Which sounds so in line with Rotten Tomatoes. This is the resub New Talk and the Prime Fuzzy. And the resub Kato. What's the worst rated thing on Rotten Tomatoes? Well, they have plenty of things with a 0%. In fact, the first horror movie I ever watched that actually scared the shit out of me, which is actually a terrible movie. I watched it like 2 years ago, is One Missed Call. This is a 0% on there. There's a lot. They have quite a few 0%. This is one of the few that I actually watched in theaters, though, when it came out. It was my first horror movie. Moonfall? Oh, what did Moonfall get? I don't know if I ever looked at its Rotten Tomatoes score. A 36? I love the audience score of a 70. That should be 100. It should be 100 and 100. Best goddamn movie ever made. There said TDM and JHP. Hey man, do you have a movie that everybody hated or is mixed but you cherish it with all of your heart? I don't think so. The only one that's coming to mind, but I feel like most people liked it, is Alita Battle Angel. Yeah, like the audience loved it. Critics not so much. Again, I don't fucking care about critics at all. I think they have the worst fucking takes. But yeah, like most audience loved Alita. I thought this movie was amazing. I fucking loved this movie. No, The Mummy's one of like the most beloved films of the 90s. The Mummy... Oh, do they not have the Rotten Tomatoes on here? Rotten Mummy Returns. Oh, wait, maybe not. What the fuck? A 47. What kind of garbage? Huh? I thought critics loved this. They don't have the original Mummy, only The Mummy Returns. Mummy Returns is great, though. It's my second favorite movie. Right behind The Mummy. Yeah, most people look back on these movies fondly. There's some Cornflakes, Scorp, Monstrum, and Tier 1 Bando, and the Prime Abigail and Beef. Which movie do you think was treated unfairly by Rotten Tomatoes? Oh, anything Marvel. Anything Marvel's treated so unfairly by Rotten Tomatoes, they give it way too high scores. Literally anything Marvel. What did Ant-Man and the Wasp have? Jesus. This is a resub. Obletus. Oh, I don't think I've seen The Last Samurai. The Fifth Element I liked when I was a kid. I went back and watched it when I was an adult and I didn't like it as much. There's a resub Drivo. And the Prime Kingbo. And the resub Salmonella. What's the movie with the Great Wall of China and Matt Damon? Oh, what was that called? I watched that in theaters. I don't even remember why. I didn't even really want to watch it, but I ended up seeing it anyway. God, that movie's such like a fever dream of a film. The Great Wall. I actually don't remember shit about it other than the final fight at the end. God damn. Man, there are some movies I just don't remember at all. This is one of them. He's a resub Twitch. Yeah, I definitely know what the movie is, Jay. I just don't think I've ever seen it. He's the prime son. That's the worst thing you've ever seen? Like the worst movie? I made a whole video on it. It's called Let's Be Evil. This went to Netflix in 2016, and it is, without question, the worst movie I've ever watched in my life. There is no film more miserable than Let's Be Evil. This should be a 0%. What's it about? Bro, I don't even know how to explain it. 3 babysitters get chosen at random to go to the underground bunker to babysit some smart kids because they're supposed to be the future of the world. But then the kids end up pranking the babysitters, and it turns out the kids don't like the babysitters, so they want to kill them. So they do. That's it. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. Is he Strange World? No, I don't know what that is. No, that one I have no doubt has glowing reviews, Jay. Is the resub Goodwill? Do you watch TV shows too, or mostly movies? No, I watch both. I was gonna watch Witcher Blood Origin today, but I just couldn't muster up the strength to turn it on. It's the lowest rated Netflix original, and I want to see just how bad it is. I know it's gonna be bad, but I want to see like how bad. I probably will watch it at some point. She-Hulk? Oh, I didn't even finish She-Hulk. I couldn't. I couldn't stand it. There's a Prime Cecil. There's the resub Mac. Wonder what critics say about She-Hulk. Good question. Whoa! Oh my. Well, that's awfully generous. Thanks to the bits deep. God damn. Thanks to the resub J Rich. What did Daredevil get? Let's see. Oh, this is the Daredevil movie. Whoops. Hold on. What's the name of it? Is the show not called Daredevil? What the fuck is the show called? Chat not realizing Rotten Tomatoes is just a yes or no rating system. Yeah, it doesn't change anything though. It's called Netflix Daredevil. That didn't change anything. Is it Daredevils? That doesn't seem right. Marvel's Daredevil. Ah, nice. Oh, that has good reviews. Or good rating. It was right there. Oh, I didn't see it. Look up Rise of the Skywalker. Oh, don't make me do that. I expected this. This hurts me a lot. This I expected to be higher. This movie is fucking abominable. Thanks to the bits red and the resub shields. Bots? It had to be. There's just no other way. This is when that whole Raylo fandom was really popping. They had to have just fucking gamified it. I just refuse to believe that. That shit is terrible. It's a bit deep. Your worst Pixar movie? Huh, I don't have to think about it. I don't know what the worst Pixar movie would be. Why do you keep saying The Last Airbender? That's just gonna have shit across both sides. I don't see what the point is. This is... what the fuck? Man, maybe the audience score isn't that reliable for anything. 30%. This had to be ironic. Cult classic. Yeah, maybe. Most reliable movie rating site? I don't use any. I've said this a lot. I don't really put too much stock into reviews for games, movies, or shows. If there's someone I like, I'm always curious what they think of something. So like games, I'll watch a skill up video. But more so, I'll just watch gameplay if I really want to like see it, and then I'll form an opinion when I play it or watch it. Even the moist meter, I feel like it's just, here's what a fucking idiot thought of it. I do moist meter anime. What are you talking about? Hey, Jared. Good to see you, man. Thanks for the resub. Thanks for the bits. Oh, also, the new Shred video was amazing, Jared. IMBD is surprisingly reliable. Couldn't tell you. I don't really bother to check. I do usually like to see like a general audience consensus on something, just out of curiosity. But I don't put a whole ton of stock in it. Resub slopping in existence in the Bits Odyssey. Did I watch Puss in Boots: Last Wish? It was great. Yeah, I did watch that. I couldn't decide whether or not to moist meter it, so I ultimately decided not to, but I thought the movie was really, really good. It's good. Yeah, no, like it's actually really good. I mean, even if you are someone that cares about reviews, I'm pretty sure this is getting glowing reviews. Yeah, I mean, that seems about right. It's just really good. Top to bottom. No, I don't have a single complaint. Amen, Fiend. Thanks for the bits. Did you watch the Comics Explained video on Godslap? Yeah, I even mentioned it in today's video. He got demonetized for even showing Godslap, which really, like, that made me sad to see. Because it's super sweet. He gave a review of Godslap issue 1. I don't know when he made this, because it doesn't seem like he knew that issue 2 was already out and everything, which is totally fine. But it's such a, like, sweet video going over everything, and he got demonetized instantly. Why? Because he showed panels from our comic book and there's blood in it. So he got demonetized for it. They're really, really, really cracking hard on violence. Anything violence. Comic, movie, game, animation. They are cracking down so hard on it. It's crazy. The world is so soft. It's so weird. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Like, YouTube was not in any kind of bad situation where they were losing sponsors, advertisers pulling out. It makes no sense to go so Weenie Hut Jr. It just doesn't add up. The tier 1 caver. I was thinking about it deep. We just never did. Ooh, thank you for the... Jesus Christ. Fucking generosity. Thank you for the 25 gift subs, Emperor. Good lord, thank you for that. God damn. Just make a YouTube Kids. Good joke. There already is a YouTube Kids. But for some reason, that's coming over to the, like, normal platform for some reason. So, no one gets it. Everyone's confused. Everyone's mad. Everyone's affected. It is what it is. Just gotta hope that somehow they change it. Jesus Christ, though. Thank you, Floro. Appreciate it, man. And thanks to Resub Soto and Tier 1 Rebel. I know, it's such a shame, Obs. Man, you really want Death of Hope. So this is a summary video? Or is this... No, wait. Is this part of a Stardust? No, it's definitely not. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what? How many... Did we see this one? Or am I mixing this up with a Stardust? Is this the one where the Space Marines double team that bald guy? Fuck. No, this is a different one. How many talented animators are in the 40K community? Holy shit. I like the last one, and testosterone. That's fucking amazing. That's a very cute warning. $40K is huge. No, I know it's huge, but just because it's huge doesn't mean there's like this level of talent. Guys, this is 2 extremely high quality animations, it seems. I haven't even seen this yet, but even just that thumbnail. Thanks, Risa Babungi. Might have nudity. Well, I'm definitely gonna watch this on my own. I just want to see the beginning here, just to get sold on it. Like I said, I really do want to get into 40K. It seems like such a great universe, but it's so much to take in. Which is why I'm hoping Henry Cavill and his prime show make a great line.
He has deluded himself into denying an inconvenient truth. He says that Ultramar no longer burns. He says that we won the war and turned back the Shadow Crusade. He says that we must forge a second empire. Kill him when he's wrong. None of this is true. On the crag, he believes that all.
So this is actually a fan-made animation here that's playing. This isn't like cutscenes from Space Marine game or anything.
Inconvenient truth. Because out on the fringes, farthest from the light, only 2 things are true. Anarchy reigns, and the war for Ultramar isn't over.
Is the resub Lance JoJo and the Bits Crown? God, I just know nothing about the universe. Are these tendril cubes something important? This is a warp. Okay.
Surrender and your lives, and the lives of those in service to you, will be spared. Turn fire!
Surely the 40K team picked up the guy that made this onto the staff, right?
Horus Lubakan will win this war. It is written.
No, they didn't.
You
The fuck?
have renounced your birthright. It's not enough. My brothers are dead, and it is not enough.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna watch this whole thing on my own. That looks really good. I'll just look at the trailer though. This seems like a nice bite-sized bit. Man, what the fuck? Someone made an AMV out of it, or what is this? Man, this shit must go so hard. It's age restricted. Well, actually, that doesn't necessarily mean it goes hard. Not with the new policy. Probably just got age restricted. The scene is full of drama. Games Workshop are difficult with the whole community. But how do you ignore talent like this? Like, I imagine this is a professional in the industry. With that level of skill, there's no way this is just like a normal fan. Thanks for the resub, Joe Star. Yeah, I was just talking about Comics Explained's video on Godslap. It was fantastic. I just feel bad that he got demonetized for it. Just make a YouTube adults. Well, that just sounds like porn. But yeah, I know what you mean. Does this guy have a Twitter? I want to see his work. Like, even outside of this. I'm definitely going to watch the whole Death of Hope thing now, but I want to see what else he does. Because there's no way this guy isn't a professional in the field. No, not active on Twitter. Damn, fuck. Okay. He has Instagram instead. Oh, okay. Well, that'll be easier then to see his work. I'm going to keep this up. Hire him to do God slap stuff. That'd be fucking hype. We're doing big things for each issue release. I don't want to spoil what we're doing for issue 3, but it's pretty fucking hype. And then we also, I'm not going to spoil any others, but we have 2 big pieces of content planned for 3 and 4. If a guy like this would be interested in doing commissioned work for Godslap, that'd be fucking amazing to do like a 6-minute short or something. Oh, anything at all, Fiend. Whatever you think would be good. What happened to the Halo guy? Halo VFX, I love that guy. But he's way too good. He's a professional. He's in the industry, and we unfortunately I don't know if we're quite ready for that level. He's fucking amazing though. Out of budget. Currently just a bit unfortunately. Hopefully down the line if Godslap really takes off, yeah. But we definitely do want to. And he's such a nice guy. His work is amazing. Thanks, Resub Sifu. It's a bit deep. There's going to be a Godslap animated series. Oh, that's a plan down the line. We, of course, can't afford that yet. But we still do have that Netflix pitch. Got pushed back from the holidays. But, hey, any day now, I'm sure. Thanks, Resub Isaac. Yeah, I saw all about the EDP stuff with the kidney failure and everything. I saw. I've kept up to date. Thanks, the resub techniques. You see the Evil Dead Rise? What's that? Oh, they're making another Evil Dead movie? Does it look like shit?
No matter how busy you ever got, you always found time for me. I can't believe I'm never gonna speak to you.
Don't watch Red Brand. Or Red Band. Uh-oh. Wait, why? Oh, tits. Good save. Good save. The tier 1 birdie in the prime. Obsequiously? Log skip destroying the AMOC community, ruining lives. Yeah, log skip's brutal. Someone's gonna hit it in a run though. It's gonna be fucking amazing. Thanks, Risa Potato. Log not good for the game. Why? Because of how RNG it is. These are the bits, Addy. Oh, I didn't see there was a new world record today. These resub bin. World record hit log skip and only saves seconds over old world record. Everyone malding. Why? So the highest risk strat amazing or imaginable. Everyone's smashing heads into so the mid-max best players can get beat out. I'm confused. What do you mean? Is it up? Let me see. I don't understand. It's a trick that's very high risk and moderate reward. The new strats are all RNG. Yeah, unfortunately. It's not like that's the only game in the world that has that. Fuck, I just ran Lego the Hobbit. Half of those VSync launches are RNG. Is it resub Aura, Altity, and Tier 1 Tiny? The skip is way worse. What, than the Lego Hobbit RNG? Oh, I know what the skip is. I don't see how it's like worse than... Like, I don't know how RNG can be worse than RNG. It legitimately means random. Like, how can one random be worse than another random? Can we see the skip? Yeah, here, I'll pull up the log skip. Where is one? Just like a basic one. You asking how random work? What? No. I'm saying if it is a random chance, it's still always going to be a random chance in other games too. It is just high risk, high reward. One can be more random. I guess, but you're gambling on randomness regardless is what I'm saying. The log skip comes midway through... Well, not midway. The log skip comes early-ish into the run, and you are still gambling on random chance, is my point. You're still gambling at the end of the day. It doesn't matter if one's more random than the other, you're still gambling on it. When you want better odds? Obviously you'd want better odds. Find something with better odds. I like, obviously you'd want something that has a higher chance of success. But as it currently stands, everyone's gambling the same chance. As it has been in like the other games that I've run as well that have RNG skips that people will often try just for the sake of getting it. Because if they do, it's a big reward. But it doesn't always work out. The 2735 is uploading. Okay, I'll wait for that then. Like the Lego Star Wars speedrun. Like the Lego Star Wars speedrun, another good example. RNG can be 90% success or 1% random at different rates. Very true. But again, you are still just rolling the dice on whether or not you hit it. If it's just true RNG, you are gambling in both instances. It's just one of them you're going to hit more often than the other. Or more people are going to hit it more often than the other. That's my point. It's just the runners that are amazing at the game getting beat out by something someone smashed their head into a trick that causes brain rot. Yeah, that is super unlucky, but like I don't understand the drive to ban a trick. We already banned people that had an advantage with FPS, which eliminated some consistency from the run. Which I imagine if we didn't do that, maybe this trick would be consistent on higher end PCs. But we banned that because it's what the community wanted. We made it 60 so it's all even. So now we're going to have to, helicopter parent individual tricks as well because it's just RNG and someone got lucky enough to hit it? I don't know. I've never seen that, and I really don't like the idea of it. No, I saw some people talking about banning it. I just don't like this idea of banning an individual trick because of how random it is. Like I said, at the end of the day, everyone can gamble on it, but yeah, very few will hit it. I think the optimal solution is to find something else, which is obviously easier said than done, but that's like the best way if everyone doesn't want to gamble, which I totally get not wanting to. I'm going to start running it later this week because there's only 5 days left, so I'll probably start tomorrow. So I'll start banging my head against the wall. Depends if it's a trick that totally changes the run, then new category and order. No, that only happens if it's something like a warp. That fundamentally changes the entire thing. This is a single trick in the run. A warp changes like the entire game because now you can do everything completely in a different order. It's a whole different game. Or FPS, where you have different FPS categories where if a game functions differently at 120, then you have a category for 120. Shit like that. I've never seen it for just an individual single skip. It's not a single trick though, it can be done in multiple places. No, the log skip is a single trick. The launch is already used in another place. Cock skip. Like, the launch isn't what they're talking about banning. They're talking about banning the individual log. Well, I'm definitely going to keep doing it, Jesse, for sure. Hopefully the next one's a little more free-flowing. I would have never expected a game like Amok Runner to have checks, objective checks. So I really thought there'd be sequence breaks, which there hasn't been, which would have solved everything. There's like 2 sequence breaks. Nah, if you're talking about crane skip, it's not really a sequence break because you don't skip an objective, you just skip a single puzzle. I'm talking about objective skips where, like, let's say, in my head, what I imagined would happen is you could go from Linda and you could go straight to, like, Graveyard and hit, like, a hidden trigger in order to get to the final boss fight. Something like that. That's a sequence break. You don't do any of the other objectives. You skip around. I would have never imagined Amok had, like, actual deep objective checks, which is so much of a headache. checkpoint checks make the min-maxing so sick. No, you're not wrong. Like, it's goofy and fun, but it leads to such a giant headache because now when you do theorycraft a really good idea... For example, I saw, I think it was 2 days ago in Speed Tech, someone actually did theorycraft a really good car teleport that could skip so much, but unfortunately it didn't work because if you skip the puzzle, it won't load the basement. So it couldn't work. Where something like that would be really cool to be able to use the car teleport that way. Force the loading, then use the skip. Yeah, but then you don't save any time. Yeah, there's 5 days left. No, there's no rule changes or anything. Absolutely not. I'm just fingers crossed within the next day or two, some other setup is found that's not as garbage as log skip. Though I'm not hopeful. In the future, though, I am absolutely putting a bounty on, like, the biggest time save glitch finds. 100%. Incentivize people to, like, actually go super hard in finding crazy tech. So that'll be on top of the... Well, that'll be in addition to the prize money for first place. He's a tier 1 Frady in the resub CTR and Wavy. First place would win both, though. No, usually your top runners aren't the ones finding, like, the deeper time-saving tech. It does happen from time to time, but it's usually just, like, glitch hunters in the community that find it. You think people are sitting on crazy skips waiting till last day? No. In fact, I know they're not. I've made it very clear strat hiding is not accepted. If someone is, and they submit it, I'm just extending it so that way everyone has a chance to run the new skips. Is the run uploaded? I want to see the 2735. How would you identify that? Oh, it'd be super easy. If someone submits a run that's like fucking 2 minutes faster than all the other ones and it uses some new glitch, voice crack, new glitch that's never been talked about, seen before, or discussed, it'd be very obvious that this person found it and squatted on it. Strat hiding. That's douchey. Anyone streaming it right now? There's always people streaming it. Distortion's done like 3 16-hour days. Ouija did like a 35-hour stream. There's always people streaming it. I'm always watching it. Thanks to give Subrayo and the resub model and the Prime Rogero. I didn't really watch any today though. I was actually out most of the day. No, there are glitches, Aaron, here. Like, Zach did, like, his last world record run here. Uses cock skip, for example. It's just not... the glitches are wild, but they're just not super run viable most of the time. Right now, the only run viable one is this cock skip that I think is like actually pretty fucking consistent. But there's so many glitches in this game. It's just that fucking checkmark system with the objectives that makes it really hard to be useful. Cone skip is consistent now also. Is it? I didn't know cone skip was consistent now. That's news to me. I must have missed that one. No warps have been found? No, there have been warps. Here, let me show you one. There's a really cool warp you can do with the car. It's just, it's not useful, unfortunately. Here, let me show you what a warp looks like. I wonder if it's too late. It probably is too late to put a bounty on finding like a crazy glitch now. Because then retroactively it should go to whoever found the launches. That's something that I'd need to set up at the beginning, which I'm going to do going forward. He's resub funky. Where the fuck are the warp? Man, people really abandoned warps once they realized they'd be kind of tough to use. Well, not tough. Kind of useless in some of the run. What the fuck? True. In this case, it'd be whoever found the fisherman launch would get the reward. Oh, here we go. Teleportation. So what you can do here is you can make the game think you're stuck by holding space and then wiggling W and S. And it makes like a little checkpoint system. So then when you get to another position where you're like stuck and you do that, it just teleports you back. So like in theory, that could be a huge time save. Because you can warp back and forth. But unfortunately, they haven't found a way to make this be like a legitimate time save. Oh, we loved it, Captain. Why don't they do that instead of log skip? Well, again, because it's still not a time save yet. You see, here. Where's log? Let me just pull up a log skip so that way we're all on the same page on what log skip is. Where's a good one in here, Jesse, if you're still here? Here's a resub boy. Yeah, a good log skip. Can you link me one real quick? I'm just going through speed tech clips, but just link me a good log skip so I can show it. He's a bits Aaron. And the resub boy. Oh, here we go. Thanks. So this is log skip. There's the resub mouse. So this saves you some time from driving from there all the way to the mansion. Things a resub tanker. And you can go right to the gate. And it's a time save. So you'd use log skip over the car warp because you go right to mansion as opposed to going back to the house where you'd still have a lot of driving to do. So there just hasn't been a way to make the car warping useful yet. In order to get the log skip, you need to do cone skip as well. Yeah, and that's not consistent, right? I'm not behind on my info. That's still inconsistent, I'm pretty sure. So it's just a lot of, like, gambling. Thanks, the resub, or the prime soy. Flying skip is better. I haven't seen flying skip. fundamentally same thing, just from plank instead of log. Is there some phase? That's pretty good. What game is that? Amok Runner. Yeah, it's the my speed run bounty for 10k. Thanks resub Warlord in the Prime Hell. Thanks to Tier 1 GCTA in the Prime Green Gab. Hard to believe that shit only saved 7 seconds. I thought it saved more. 7 seconds doesn't seem huge to me because I still really do think there are just bits and pieces of time saves even with current route. But then again, I'm pretty sure Zach got like a 2742 and it was damn near perfect. So maybe I'm just wrong. No, it can save much more. He just played wasn't amazing. Oh, gotcha. I was going to say. Distortion, hitting cone skip, super consistent. Yeah, I'm just hoping they can find in the next couple days here the most consistent launches, and then they spend the next like 2 or 3 days just busting out runs. And eventually we get it down to like fucking 25, 24. I've been happy with Amok Runner as a speedrun game. Yes and no. I think it's extremely entertaining that a game as wacky as Amok has so much going on with it. And it's like almost an anti-speed game because at every possible avenue, it tries to be slow. Like this game wants to be slow. It has a checkpoint system with its objectives so you can't sequence break. The car speed is fucking awful. The movement speed is sluggish. Combat janky and slow. Everything about it is slow. So to do it fast is so goofy. And the glitches are really enjoyable. It's just so RNG. There's resub Coven, Mary, Joker, Snivy, and Spot. Jesse, what do you think would be the biggest discovery right now? What would be the biggest time save? Setting aside consistency and everything, what would legitimately be the biggest time save? Zach on log skip now? Here, I'll pull it up. What the fuck? His name's not the first one that comes up? Goddamn. What kind of garbage is that? Oh, he's doing plank.
This is fun.
Okay. Letting it rip. Oh no, that won't do it. Yeah.
Critical's watching. Okay. I almost have it. Thanks, Drake, man. I don't think you know how this trick works.
Thanks the bits, Amy.
Oh man.
Is Distortion doing it at a runner practice right now for plank?
This is just not gonna work.
Yeah, no, it's too high. You see though, like it's just all so, it's so much of a headache. It's not pronounced amok. In the game, it's amok. It's not amok. In the game, it's amok. I just call amok because it sounds cooler to me.
It's not gonna work.
So how many tries can you get at this before it loses time?
I'm turning too far left, but from what I could tell, it's better to turn left, so. What's your take on this skip? I think a bad at top 3 runner facts. Well,
Thanks to
I mean,
resub cop.
like the first one I feel like should have been good, but then I got out.
House to Nicholas and mansion to Chinatown. Thanks to the resub chicken.
Dude, why is it turning so? It's not gonna work again.
Damn,
Just,
that's it.
Hey, can we ban Lego Marvel figure? That guy is being cringe in my chat room.
That'll happen. That'll do it. Yeah, that's rough. Thanks to the resub R8. It was the fastest run. It was Zach, but apparently another runner just got a faster one because of log skip, but it's not posted yet. He's the prime man. So a mansion, yeah. I don't know. Would it be worth it to try and put like a bounty on those two in particular? I don't think it would. I don't think it would change anything. It's not gonna somehow magically make it work. I don't think we'd have any new faces find it. I think we'd still just be banging our head against the same wall. Plus, then it's gonna get into an argument of this theoretically would work. So then it need to be really particular, like you need to find one that is actually run viable. And I don't see that happening. Is there some cantaloupe? You already have the next game. Do you already have the next game you're putting a bounty on in mind? No, not yet. This is the prime Fisher. Almost 500 runs submitted. This is the third most ran game on fifth most active game on speedrun.com, man. This shit's been popping. Yeah, no, like I said, this is gonna be a common thing. I'm gonna do this pretty often, at least once a month. I'll put a speedrun bounty on some game no one's ever fucking heard of ever. But like I said, going forward, I'm definitely doing glitch hunting bounties as well. As a Prime Harrison, so that way people can like still compete for money without being the best in the game and contribute overall to finding the best possible routes and shit. The world record just got uploaded. Where? Let me see. Oh, here it is.
Just gets away with being bastard.
So I'm guessing he hits a quick cock skip.
Main playing Torb. Honestly, I'd rather play fucking the moon map than Busan. Holy fuck.
Why is it so quiet?
Moon map is pretty great. I wish the outside was more yeah.
Okay, sorry. Let me not.
It hasn't even processed high quality yet.
playing the game.
What the fuck do you mean we're playing the game?
I was playing Duolingo on my phone, and then we were in game. I like walked here, and then the game. They're coming up too, by the way. Torb's coming. I would not stay up top.
Oh, actually, not even a great cock skip.
I was fine.
Oh shit. Damn. Oh, then log launch really must have came in clutch.
I'm up.
Jordan has 15 kills because he puts down a turret and does nothing. It's so fucking stupid.
Are his friends just playing Overwatch in the call? Does he land right at the gate? Like, is this a perfect log launch, I wonder?
Oh, we got them into overtime now.
Believe in you, keep going. I believe in you. You're there. You're there. Going.
If you close your eyes.
Keep it tight. Keep it tight. Keep it consistent. You got this.
Oh no, he went pretty far away actually.
Keep it smooth. Believe the same.
Oh, and he's got a hang up. God damn. Holy shit, yeah, that'd be able to save you so much time to hit that with a good cock skip into that. Okay. Yeah, and this is still faster.
Number 1 in the world, 10K Richard right here.
He is the first one to hit it, so yeah.
UDM's gonna be with the greats.
God damn, okay. This can save over 2 minutes theoretically. You just gotta find that consistent launch somehow. Like a launch that like just works often enough. Like even just like 1 out of 5. Or 1 out of 5. 1 out of 10. Fucking 10% we take that. So sub 25 is viable. Sub 25 has been viable, yeah. It is viable. It's just hard. And then the next big one would be finding Mansion to Chinatown skip. Which I think there is like a theoretical one, but it's not usable, really. He's a prime brogie. So it honestly to me sounds like cone skip isn't even like a huge problem. It's just the second part of it doing the log skip. Just heard this man's whole digestive tract. Oh, do you hear all that sloshing? Ouija just got cone in run or practice.
I can't read.
Oh, he's just practicing through it, which makes sense. He's a resub Blissy. It is a run? What? Where? I didn't see that. Oh, it's at the bottom now. Wait, what? Wait, has it always been at the bottom? Am I a fucking idiot? He just changed it. Oh, okay, I thought so. I was gonna say, what the fuck? I've watched so many AMOC runs, and I never noticed it was at the bottom here for Ouija. I love how his stream title is Suffering. Bro, this guy has pulled a 35-hour fucking stream on this already. He's going so hard. I think Suffering makes sense.
It's just that the time save only is really validated until I hit Plank launch. Like,
Ouija's insane. Ouija is insane, man. Ouija's fucking great.
So
I am so pleased with all the very talented speedrunners we have competing in this. I hope that you guys are all willing to keep doing more bounties, and it's not just you loved Amok so much. And I hope Amok doesn't scare you away, because this has been so fucking fun.
yeah, I'm stuck without it. You need a launch to get out. God damn it, dude.
No way. No way. That would have been tragic.
Alright, dude.
Thanks.
Like fucking annoying.
Thanks for the reset, Bissy. What are the speedrunning requirements? Nothing.
Dude, oh my god.
Anyone can pick up and compete. It's just not everyone's gonna have like a realistic shot of winning.
It might not even like work. I fucked up so many of the inputs. Okay, Jesus Christ. I lost so much time there, dude.
If he hits log launch, it's still world record by a fucking mile, though. I wonder if he's gonna do plank or log.
Dude, like I'm doing the inputs, man.
No.
Really cool. Alright, whatever.
Has the developer said a word about the event? Oh, developer's like a big W, honestly.
So let's go.
He made a post in the Discord saying he's not gonna patch the game. At least not
That's
till
just
after the
not-
competition.
Like, there's no fucking way I get in this car.
Oh no. Oh, what the fuck?
I got an idea.
Can't you shoot the car and fuck its physics? I've seen that used before, but maybe that was just a one-time thing. This is a really smart plan. He's going to get on top of the car, and he's going to try and run off it, and that's going to move the car because it has crazy physics on top.
It's worth a shot. No.
Oh, there's a wall. Oh, you don't have the gun after that? Oh. He could he have shot it during that? Fuck! I was really hoping to see it. Is there a 100% run for this game, or is any percent one and the same? Unironically, any percent is literally the 100% run. Yeah, unfortunately. Keep in mind, there was no runners beforehand, so we only just learned that you can only 100% the game. Good to see you, though, Brayden. Hope you're doing well. The game does have side quests. Oh, what the fuck? The game has side quests? That's news to me. I had no idea there were side quests in this thing. Are you wait, are you fucking sure? Because I went into the files itself and there's only like 18 total objectives. Thanks to the resub, Zhao Zhao, Stugos, and Cosby. You can drive to places and get ammo. And the Prime in Ozima. Dissed on on Cone Skip. Alright, let's go, baby.
This car. Oh! Somehow saved it.
He's tier 1 Toby.
Probably dented our car up a little bit though.
Is that the max speed? Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Coming through. Hey,
Oh!
dude.
Let's go, baby! Show me a good cone skip. Chat hasn't seen a good cone skip yet. Come on, baby. Does that make it? Oh, that makes it. That makes it. Yes, sir! Cone skip is actually looking pretty good. This does now hit this back-to-back and runs.
Oh my god. I can't get in now, can I?
Please don't. Oh my god, why?
Amazing.
Oh.
Okay, I'm turning on the trainer. We're practicing this now that we're up here.
God, that's so fucking sad. Thing's a bit psycho.
I think there's I'm gonna try to find a way to save this. Why did I get out? Because I want. Okay, so my idea is to get out and then use the map to push the car into the checkpoint. Because driving this car off the ledge is absolute fucking garbage.
He's not wrong. It actually is garbage. From everything I've seen, it looks fucking miserable. I didn't know you could push it with the map out, though, like that. I thought that'd still launch it. Does it not?
Anyways.
Thanks, Resub Psycho.
Maybe it's copium.
Of course I'll be streaming the ALGS in February. It's the major, baby. Moist Esports.
Get up there.
See, like, that's what I thought would happen every time. Can you just gradually move it over the, over that wall?
Not quite.
No, it's a hit always. Okay, so he just wants a tiny hit then. Okay. Interesting idea. But yeah, driving that from there I know is tough. Thanks to tier 1 Toby. Yeah, I've seen some of those train. Went down the rabbit hole a little bit. Thanks to Resub Saints. And the bit snert. Hey, have a good night, Jesse. I know that happens to some quite a few channels train that we saw. Thanks to Prime Booker. No one will ever beat Zach. No, someone actually just got a new world record because they managed to land a log skip in run. So it's all about that log skip right now. Thanks to tier 1 mystery in the Prime. Each H. Amazon really wants you to buy that mouse pad. Oh, true. Yeah, they're really pushing that one. Have I seen Red Notice? No, I haven't. I do know about it, though. Oh, right. I actually did want to see that from Atozi. I was going to bring that up because I wanted to hear more about the TikTok investigator. So, which TikTok investigator is this? Because I don't remember. I know one of them was trying to find the University of Idaho murderer, and they accused their professor. And then apparently there was another one that used tarot cards. Or is there only one? Are they the same person? I'm just mixing it together, thinking that they were separate. He's a bit psycho. So it's just the same person? Okay. Alright, let's ride.
I feel like the actions of the person that we're covering in today's video are some of the dumbest, most insensitive I've seen in a long time. And they are all by a TikTok psychic by the name of Ashley's in the Book of Life. So brace yourself, because today we're going to be getting into some single-digit IQ actions. Because the actions of this TikTok psychic...
I'm sure he'll set the stage, but just in case anyone doesn't know, TikTok investigator made a claim that they found the University of Idaho murderer responsible for the death of those 4 students. And they said it was their professor. And when, you know, asked about evidence, and the evidence they presented was tarot card readings, I believe. So, you know, not the most bulletproof of investigations out there. But yeah, who's to go against tarot cards, right? You'd be a fool to bet against the tarot cards. But you know how that story played out? The actual killer was caught, thanks in part to a Reddit post that they made. And now I believe this lady is getting sued.
Disrespected dozens of victims and ended up getting her sued for a lot of money. And it all started with the tragic mass stabbing in Idaho. This happened a few months ago, and similar to other large news stories, kind of like the Gabby Petito, a whole bunch of TikTok psychics came out of the woodwork saying, "Oh, I've seen what happened. I know this happened. Let me throw out a bunch of wild ass accusations." Because why not jump
TikTok,
on this
baby.
bandwagon to squeeze some attention out of this tragedy? But this TikToker by the name of Ashley, she started creating some pretty unhinged TikToks claiming that she knew who was behind all of this. And this is with zero proof, just visions. So disclaimer here.
Hey, and look how far Raven got with those visions. I wouldn't be shitting on that so heavily if I were you. You never know what she might envision next.
What we're about to look at are some insane allegations with no proof, but they're important to the story of how insane this TikToker is acting. So in these TikToks by Ashley, she talks about a professor that went to the school by the name of Rebecca Schofield. And again, nothing's backing these claims, but let's take a look at this together.
Before I begin this Who is Rebecca Schofield series and her motives for the University of Idaho students, let's just dispel the rumors. No, I do not know Rebecca Schofield. I'm not connected to her in any kind of way. I'm not emotionally tied to her or any of the victims. I'm not connected to anyone. I have no reason to lie on her.
But then, you know what? Who am I to chime in so early? She's still going over the process. I'm sorry for the interruption.
I did not just see her picture and name on the University of Idaho history page and then automatically feel it was her. This is not a feeling. This is knowledge. I have no feeling.
Knowledge from where?
I did a reading
when
I saw Rebecca Schofield on the history department's page on Rebecca Schofield and her connection.
Pardon me, detective. Wasn't one of the first things you said, I didn't just see her on this university page and start accusing her. And then immediately your process is, so I saw her on the university page and I decided to do a reading. Well then, this is quite watertight knowledge we're gathering here. Please continue to cook, I'm sorry.
I also did readings on some of the other people and their connection to the University of Idaho.
Oh man.
What came out on their reading is how they responded to the crimes and how they were feeling about it. What came out in Rebecca Schofield's reading was how she implemented it, how she planned it, and why.
This is not a feeling, this is knowledge. I don't know her, nor have I ever seen her, but here I am making this TikTok. So I guess we'll continue down this rabbit hole together and see how far we get, because it gets pretty wild.
So
we get to the truth.
How did Rebecca Schofield and Kaylee meet? Rebecca Schofield and Kaylee connected because she needed an advisor. She was about to graduate.
How does she know this?
She wanted advice on personal growth.
It's called fan
steps.
fiction. Get with the
Also,
times.
She needed resolution for anything or anyone that was getting in the way of her ability to graduate. So she went to Rebecca Schofield for advice. So initially they met on an advisor mentor basis. So then as the
God, the amount of
relationship-
She's getting
cuts is
sued over this,
frustrating.
by the way. This is why we're covering this. But I'm still baffled in
about her books being primarily
why.
LGBTQ.
Why is she why is she putting her energy into this?
Letting her know she's interested in her and also letting her know about her sexuality. During this time
What? What is
period,
that?
Rebecca Schofield
Oh my god, this is so much longer than I expected. I thought she just did like a single tarot card reading. It's like, look at this. She pulled the murderer card. So that's how I know she's guilty. She's just going through an entirely made up story of fucking nothing. Thanks to resub Chaos, Chickler, Inky, Shiny, and Tier 1 Frick.
is in a dreamlike state. She's opened up that passion that she had suppressed for women that was now placed on Kaylee.
What?
She's explaining it like it's some random fanfic. There's fanfics written about me that are like have similar plots. God, this is so stupid. Why did this person do this? But whatever, okay.
So at this point, she's talking to Kaylee about her desire for her, but also her desire for women and how she suppressed those desires because of tradition and societal viewpoints.
She wanted so badly to write the next 50 Shades of Grey, but wasn't able to actually find success on any of those erotic adult fan fiction sites. So instead she went to TikTok to try and do it, but she's using an actual case of murder. And then accusing a real person of being the murderer.
That she's put out work.
Where is this information coming from?
LGBTQ community, but she was unable to follow.
Terrible tragedy happened. Let me make a fanfic on
to follow it in her own
how this tragedy happened.
And she knew she was lesbian, but she didn't have the heart to live that life out loud. She said that she was so introspective that she lost her connection to her husband and that she needed to focus on her finding her truth in her.
Speaking of truth, I want to see a little bit more about the lawsuit first. This is far more wild than I expected.
I feel like
I thought for sure this was just going to be a quick cut and dry, hey, tip Fedora, I pulled out my tarot card readings today, and look who turned out to be a murderer. This lady. Case closed. Thank you for attending my TED Talk. But man, she went with like fucking 15-minute audio book of like a girl-on-girl sexual erotica. What was her name? What's her name? Okay, someone in chat just tell me this article doesn't have it. Warlock Holmes. That's pretty good. I like that. That's cute. It was Ashley Gillard. Oh, yeah, you're right. I didn't know. Okay, okay, I found it. It's this one. Where's more on the lawsuit? Oh, here it is. Professor sues TikToker who accused her in University of Idaho murders. It's a defamation lawsuit. Here, let me just pull it up. I don't know why I'm just going to read it to you like it's story time.
In the murder of 4 college students. The video shows officers stopping a group of teens around the time of the murders.
Okay, well, hold on. I just want to see about the lawsuit. Has she not said anything like public? Hold on, let me go to her TikTok. Ashley is in the book of life. Her TikTok's still up. Is she doubling down? How old is this? This is 6 days ago. She's in here. She's still going. Rebecca Schofield, not the murderer, by the way. Just a completely random person she did a tarot card reading on. Rebecca Schofield's alibi, part 2. Murder of 4 University of Idaho students. This would still be after they caught the real murderer. And she's still going. What?
Evidence to prove that Rebecca Schofield planned, initiated, executed, and ordered the murder of the 4 University of Idaho students, part 2. It seems to be an impossible task set before me.
Because it is. You did a tarot card reading. It is an impossible task. This is after they caught the murderer, though.
Regarding the negative commenters, this include the biased news media misquoting me, saying lies, and trying to paint me in a negative light. Personally, I'm not giving them any more of my energy or attention. It used to be fun because it was fresh, you know, and I laughed at it. Didn't take it too seriously. But they keep saying the same thing because they lack creativity. They lack spirit. So they don't have the creative mind to say something different.
You accused an innocent elderly woman of being a murderer. What do you mean creativity and having fun with actual dead college kids and trying to pin it all on just some lady? Oh my god, what the fuck? The lack of remorse. The lack of shame.
So I'm bored with them. Therefore, I won't be responding. But if you want to respond to them, so be it. I just don't think they're worthy of my energy or yours. Just think about it. These people wait till I post just to say the same thing over and over. It's demonic. And it should be embarrassing. That's why a lot of them have fake pages. They're embarrassed to do it on their own page.
I will give her something. The lack of shame is refreshing. She's putting her whole face in here, saying it with her whole chest, being blatantly wrong. I appreciate that. That is nice to see.
But y'all know what? It's light at the end of the tunnel because this is showing a pattern.
The murderer is literally arrested while this is being made, by the way. The murderer is arrested at this point. This is 5 days old. The murderer got arrested 6 days ago. 6 days ago, I believe. Let me see. When did they get the murderer? Hold on, I don't feel like changing the screen. I think it was 6 days ago, right? Might even be 7. But regardless. At this point, it's obvious. Rebecca Schofield silenced Kaylee through her ex. She wanted to silence me, so she contacted my ex. She needs like a legitimate psychiatric evaluation. This is like dangerously stupid. Not confirmed though. It's as close to confirmed as it can be so far. Like, they pretty much have it dead to rights. I would be shocked if somehow it's not the guy they currently have in custody, the Redditor. Holy shit, this is actually nuts. I thought for sure she'd be like, oh, it looks like I may have been wrong. The tarot cards were off. Like, try and save some face. But she's just doubling down on it. What the fuck? Hey, Jacob.
So being with Kaylee will allow herself to navigate this truth. but it would be hard for her to make a drastic change and just to leave her husband to be with Kaylee. So this experiment with Kaylee will help her to walk the middle path and have both.
Bro, just become an author. Don't do this. Why are you doing this?
He's a prime razor.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so is this off some tarot cards?
So then finally, Rebecca Schofield is clear about what she wants, and she wants to be with Kaylee. She had a deep desire for her. It feels like love. Infatuation.
I understand why this Rebecca Schofield person is suing her, because this is just insane.
We're satisfied physically.
No, like actually true. I totally get it.
Imagine you're a professor, you find out literally the worst thing ever happened to one of your students, and then suddenly you see people sending you TikToks of someone saying, you probably had a romantic relationship with them and had them offed because they weren't into you. How did we get this far? Like, where is this coming from? What? I'm just
I mean, that's TikTok for you.
How stupid this is. She wanted to live the dream with her student and travel the world with her. This is just terrible for the victims and the professor. Well, what's next? I'm hooked now. Okay. I want to know the full extent to the story so I can
There's way
understand
too many parts.
the
I hope he doesn't
lawsuit.
do the
Who
whole
is
story.
Rebecca Schofield?
I scrolled
Part 5,
through and there's
Rebecca
still so
plans
much.
to leave her husband for Kaylee, but...
So at this point in the relationship, Rebecca Schofield is fantasizing about Kaylee and being with Kaylee. She's willing to leave her husband and realign her life to be the life with Kaylee.
I think that's probably plenty of fanfic for
But
now.
he has to meet her halfway. He has to go to school, he has to be teachable, and he has to be a part of the team. That she would be his guide and make sure he had plenty of resources so that he can accurately put the energy in to manifest his dreams and his best life. She said his dreams are worthy of living. She said that he wasn't too old to learn and that his
This is like a
talents
plot
have
to an
yet be
anime.
discovered. She then asks,
And then
what
he
he
learned
wants-
to do the Kamehameha wave. And then he trained on King Kai's planet.
Jack 10 times the night of the is because they saw something moving, and intuitively it was her intuition who told her it was Jack. So they called him that many times because they think they saw him, and they did. He didn't answer because he was in the middle of their... Somehow Kaylee and Maddie saw it coming. The phone call prolonged his plan. Because they called him, he felt like he made a mistake, so he waited. He set some time aside to resolve that issue. So when they called him, he was around the house, but decided to just stick around and wait instead of executing it at that time. Accomplishing this gave him so much confidence. He feels like he can do anything now.
Playing with trains, with toy trains, would be infinitely better than this. Write a book. Clearly you're creative as hell. Just write a book. Why are you doing
that's giving
this?
her a
It
lot
just
of
keeps
credit.
getting worse, by the way. So if this kid was
Let's not
actually
get carried
called
away here.
this many times by his friends, he's clearly traumatized that happened to his friends. And this woman's saying that he's behind it with no evidence. Just because, oh, I saw it in a dream. What the What's wrong with you? Next up in the timeline, Rebecca Schofield sent her a cease and desist, as she should. So this
Makes
is her
sense.
response to the cease and desist.
About to put this demand letter Rebecca Schofield attorney sent me by the tissue so I can wipe my with it.
Okay.
Power move.
Well, okay, that's, I mean, she's trying to speedrun ruining her own life. She also made another TikTok claiming that Rebecca Schofield is just threatening her. She's not actually going to sue her. Oh, she deleted the video. Oh, no. No, videos are starting to get wiped. Oh, okay, actually, we managed to download all of them before she deleted them. So, this is how I currently feel. Gotcha. So here's the first video that was deleted.
Also, have y'all noticed that I haven't been sued? So that's why some demand letters you take serious.
Man, it's
especially
looking
if
a
you
lot
really
like
did
Christmas
do
over
something
there.
wrong. But the ones
The
that are used
lawsuits
as a
are
scare
coming.
tactic,
Yeah, that video aged very poorly.
I think this is how y'all want me to feel about a measly ass $75,000 lawsuit that I'm gonna win.
That's such a good filter. I thought it was real at first. That filter gets me every time. I love that fucking filter. Though, I mean, $75,000 lawsuit's not great. Like you don't have to pretend. I know that hurts. That hurts anyone. That's a lot of fucking money. I don't know why we're like posturing here. That shit hurts.
Oh my god. Rebecca is suing me.
I mean, she's really just speed running, ruining her own life here, because every video she posts, she's just making it worse and worse for herself. And also the measly $75,000, that's apparently why most defamation lawsuits, people are suing for $75,000, because that's the maximum amount you can.
I haven't done readings on certain agencies and entities because that's kind of crossing the line. But
that's too powerful.
Just know, I'm not the only one who suspect Rebecca Schofield. They want both of them.
No, like
very
legitimately,
interested
you
in
are the
where
only
she's
one.
drawing the line, because that's too far. But everything that we've reviewed in today's video, apparently that's not too far. So apparently she made this
is
video
so much
right
deeper than I
after
thought it
Rebecca
would be.
Schofield actually sued her. You sure you want to do this, Rebecca Schofield? This isn't going to end well for you. Okay. I'm just so baffled by all this. This is insane. But she keeps digging her own grave. I don't know what's wrong with her.
It's like Rebecca took out some of the immediate gratification of discovering things about her. Because now everything I find out about her crime she committed of ordering of the 4 University of Idaho students, I have to save it.
You don't have to save it. There's no point in saving it. Just say whatever you have now, because it's going to come out in court anyway. So, oh my goodness.
I really
don't
hope
think
this
she
is a
has
public
anything,
trial.
because you're really
Holy
sitting
shit,
on
I
so
need
much
to see
information
that.
from, what, a tarot card reading? Oh my God.
Like, I have physical evidence against Rebecca Schofield that validates everything that I've said about her, but I can't speak on it now because
I would love to see the physical evidence she has to confirm that Rebecca Schofield was trying to get into a romantic relationship with Kaylee and that Rebecca Schofield was struggling with her own internalized lesbianism and all of that wild shit. And then talking about like how she had plans to leave her husband in order to spend the rest of her life with Kaylee and then having to hire an assassin to take her out. I would love to see the physical evidence she had for those claims. Oh, true, the tarot cards. That doesn't lie. That's a good point. I didn't even think about the tarot cards. That is going to be a crucial piece of evidence.
it has to wait for court. So hopefully court doesn't take too long.
It doesn't have to wait for court. Also, there's probably a reason you deleted all these. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Dumb Action Olympics, and we have our front runner right here. This is a great start to 2023, and I can only imagine how much more down the spiral we go. But meanwhile,
I'm gonna have to
actual
keep
suspect
in
has
touch
now
with
been
this.
arrested, who is clearly not Rebecca Schofield. So they're definitely going to court. Overall, what a massive nightmare for everyone involved, all for some TikTok clout.
Let's go. Good shit, Atozy. I'm gonna absolutely have to keep track of this. She hasn't posted in 5 days, but her last post was doubling down. I'm gonna have to stay tuned here. I want to see how this plays out.
It's light at the end of the tunnel because this.
Fuck me, that's amazing. He's the Bits Emperor. She has an alt account, Ashley is God in the flesh, and she posts there frequently, updated 3 hours ago and said the investigators are wrong and she did the right thing using her gift for right reasons. Oh, yeah, good, there's still more. Ashley is God in the flesh, huh? That's like a major sin, by the way. She seems to be very religious. To claim that you are God is like a major no-no. It's like she never even read the Bible or knows anything about it for some reason. God fucking smited an entire town for making that golden statue of whatever it was. Thanks to the bit snert in the prime pastime and sea bear. Okay, let's see.
Sometimes I be deleting comments so fast that I accidentally delete a comment that I shouldn't have, like positive comments or comments that are not negative per se. So I apologize if I
It was a statue of a
deleted
bull.
your comment.
Nice.
Sometimes I be deleting comments.
Okay, that was useless.
Y'all keep saying, well, if you're so convinced it's Rebecca Schofield, and not y'all, some of y'all, some people. Why, if you're so convinced of Rebecca Schofield and Jack DeCour, and why did they arrest Brian Koberger? Whatever y'all saying. That's not my fault. I've done the right thing. I've told them exactly what happened. I've used my gifts in a positive way, my abilities, my genius. If the investigators chose not to follow my leads, that's their fault that Rebecca Schofield and Jack DeCour has been able to get away with murder and still be in the community that they
Holy
murdered
shit.
in thus far. It's been, 2 months? Then they took the bait with Brian Kohlberger. Brian Kohlberger he didn't make the smartest decision regarding the murders, but he didn't commit the murders. So the people that they should have been arresting is Rebecca Schofield and Jack DeCour. So stop blaming me for other people's ignorance, incompetence, or negligence. Y'all.
That's amazing. Holy Lord. What in the world? What a load of horseradish. This is fascinating. I also want to keep up with some of the commenters. They know what's up. That's why they issued the gag orders. Not to mention Brian is 100% sure to be exonerated. I want to keep up with every commenter as well and see what happens when it turns out Brian is most likely the murderer. Yeah, even the comments. But I mean, it's TikTok. I'm not, like, surprised. Thanks to the Prime, Tracy. Hey, thanks to the bits. Appreciate it, Moist, and the bits butter. Is it a public case? Well, I don't know if it's going to be like a public trial or anything. What are you talking about? Comments on main channel negative, backup mostly positive. Well, yeah, that's the point of her backup. I know. That's so wild. I hope, Rebecca, if you're watching, I hope you will make the trial with Ashley live streamed. That would be one of the most entertaining fucking things, because I know Ashley's going to represent herself. Absolutely. She's going to bring the tarot cards. She's going to bring some incense. Maybe a Ouija board. 100%. She's going to be like, watch this. I'm going to prove that it's Rebecca. I'm going to communicate with the dead students on my Ouija board. I have no doubt she would. Oh! Oh my god. Maybe Ashley does have spiritual powers. Holy Lord. Oh! I'm under a psychic attack. One of my little Warframe figurines fell over. Okay, never mind. Ashley's powerful. I take it back. Holy shit. She's got gifts no mortal was meant to wield. Fuck me, the witchcraft is too much. There's a tier 1 Florida man, the resub douche, Victor, and the bits, Psycho, Kurafin, and Bullets, and the gift sub 98. How are you jump scared easily? I'm not at all. I didn't expect an entire fucking Warframe figurine to fall over. What the fuck do you mean? That's like the exact opposite of being jump scared easily. It was a loud noise. Could you not hear it on stream? Let's give some pander. She's got this shungite now. Oh no. Her staff of shungite. Thanks to resub booty. And they give sub zombie. We give sub saints. on the Prime Net. Again, though, I really do hope that that makes it to court A and B gets live streamed. That'd be so fucking amazing. That'd be so good.
Sometimes I be deleting comments.
Whew. Wise guy decides to test his limits. Oh, it's a new blue cam. Maybe. I want to fill up my water real quick, though. Give me just a second. I'm thirsty. I'll be right back. Is a resub Far Cry? She has a whole blog on her website of her solving the case. No way. Ah, fuck. So she calls herself clairvoyant, saying she's blessed with the ability to access and interpret information from the universal consciousness. Huh. I use my ability to help solve mysteries and see beyond the surface of people, places, and things. Oh, you're right. Yeah, here's an entire blog. Solving the mystery of the murder of the 4 University of Idaho students. She's been tracking this whole thing. Wow. This is just horrible. Because it's real people that she's accusing of being the murderers. Holy shit. There's a resub demon. And the prime yang. And the prime Mike. Whew. Yeah, no, I'm on her website reading it. There's a resub Seabass. And Omizi. And Luca. And the resub Junie and Tier 1 Duke. You scratching your nuts? Oh, could you see that? Yeah. Oh, God, thank you for the bits, Kismet. There's the Prime 15. There's a setup for log skip and it looks reliable, but you can't set it up fast for an AMOC. Hey, as long as it's reliable, though, it's going to save a ton of time. Thanks to the bits, eggs. Will I ever do a nutsack reveal like Ludwig? Yeah, I might. One day. I still think it could be an amazing stream, like really hype. Because chat's always like, well, not always, but occasionally chat's like, show your dick. How big's your dick? And then one time, just one time, one guy will say it. Just as like a stupid little joke that everyone always makes. And I will just fucking full out hang hog. Just once. Just let it rip. Like, oh, you want to see my dick, do ya? The last thing anyone would ever expect. Take the 3-day ban. Yeah, I mean, it's just a 3-day ban. Like, it's not even that big of a deal. I'm not worried about that. I'll just let it ride. Look at the bits fates. Isn't that set on how you're going to leave Twitch? Yeah, but I had a different plan on leaving Twitch, to be fair. I guess both kind of work. Like, both I've toyed with. If I was to ever quit streaming on Twitch, I thought it'd be really fun to just be like a normal bathroom break. I go to the bathroom, but then when I'm coming back, I've just got my dick out and I just wiggle it in front of the webcam. Like, yeah, I use the bathroom and now look at my cock. And just get banned for it. Just like to be the most unexpected thing ever. I'd subvert your expectations harder than Game of Thrones Season 8. You'd never see it coming. It's like, Charlie's just going to the bathroom again. Chair stream. And then bang! Whoa! Stealing XQC idea. If XQC ever said that, he fucking got that from me. I've had that in the back burner for a long time as a just what if kind of thing. That's been in the back of my mind for like 2 years now. And I've said it like twice over the last 2 years. Just brought it up. I'm like priming the pump, getting you guys ready for that what if situation. The problem is, though, I'm definitely not a shower. I'm a grower. So while I'm peeing, I need to give it a little tender love and care so it's at least semi-chubbed. But it can't be fully erect because then that's embarrassing. So it'd need to be like semi-ed where people are like, oh, okay, even flaccid, it's kind of impressive. Thanks for resub dunk. Certainly couldn't be like fully actually flaccid. He's gonna be walking in with like a WWE entrance. Yeah. That'd be crazy. There's a bits mystery. Remember that time one streamer forgot he was live and didn't know and jerked off on camera? Yeah, I mean, that's a classic. You couldn't see his cock or anything, though. Thanks for resub Sasquatch. And the bits mystery. And fates. Wasn't that DSP? Yes, sir. That's an iconic clip. That's still probably one of the best clips. That is up there for like the top 10 list of best clips ever from live streams. Like, oh, well, it was after he blew his load. He like leans his head back, and then he like comes to. He gives a big sniff. They're like, oh, are we live? You can see me. He doesn't even wash his hands or anything either. It was so hard. It went so hard. That clip is so good. Still come in his pants, come in his pants, come in his hands, yes sir. He was like, all right, time to stream. Got some hours to make. We're gonna see the clip. What do you mean? That's like the easiest clip in the world to find. Thanks for resub Aweon. Didn't you sell a painting of your butthole for charity? No, you're talking about our ass cheek collage. I don't think I've ever revealed anything from my brown balloon knot, just my cheeks. There's a resub iron. Wasn't Wubby supposed to eat your asshole? Man, it's crazy how things get so bastardized over the course of like a year. Wubby made an edible anus mold of his butt that I was going to tier list, but he never sent it. So I never got to try it. Thanks to resub Yora and the Prime. Cool, Grant. DJ Khaled crashed his golf cart today. Yeah, not as good as I thought it'd be, though. When I first read the headline, I thought DJ Khaled fucking capsized that bitch. But it was just kind of stuck in sand. Yeah, I'll bring it up. I don't think it's not his finest crash. Like, it could have definitely been better. He then gives a little motivational speech letting you know that you can't let obstacles get in the way. God did. Oh yeah, I've never seen him golf. I didn't even know like he knew how to golf. I only just recently learned that today with the golf cart thing. But he's got like a good swing. Like he clearly does know what he's doing. This is like the first thing DJ Khaled's ever done that doesn't look cartoonishly like terrible. Why do all rich people play golf? It's the most boring sport. It's got that rich people prestige to it for some reason, but I remember even back in college, we'd go play golf occasionally for like $15 for the whole day. And you usually just go with your friends, drink beer, and relax. It's just like a laid-back social activity. I think going alone would be really boring. I couldn't imagine golfing by yourself. But like just with your friends, super fun. Kind of like bowling in that sense, just chill and drink with friends. Yeah, bowling's always fun too, but bowling's one of those things that's only fun for the first game, maybe two, and then after that, the bowling becomes more of a chore because you'd rather just drink and eat with your friends. It's like, hey, you're up, your turn to bowl. Just bowl for me. No, I don't really want to bowl for you though. Oh, thanks for the 5 gift subs, Andrew. Appreciate that, man. And the resub Yakuza, Byleth, Damp, Sleepy, and Arby. And the resub Cole. You ever played disc golf? Yeah, I played disc golf. It was fun. I haven't played it in like 15 years, back in like high school, but it was cool. Thanks to the Prime Veil. You ever... Did it... Who? He's a Prime Penguin. If I ever got the opportunity, would I do cooking with Suicide Boys? Man, that's coming out of left field. I like some of their songs, sure. Thanks, a resub Husky. Thanks, a resub Zoe. You've been following the shit show that is the Speaker of the House voting. I keep seeing people talk about it on Twitter, but I don't know anything about it. I didn't look into it. Thanks, a resub. Already said that. Why the fuck would you follow that? I don't know. Seems like a lot of people were. I don't know shit about it. You see Dylan Dennis pull out of the KSI fight. Yeah, all that shit he talked, and then he still pulls out. It's so cringe. Thanks, a resub Bing and Salty in the Prime Pointless. It wasn't just Instagram comments. Dylan fought someone at that KSI presser. Like, he just fought a random dude. He still got his ass beat. But yeah, he just got into a scuffle there. Like, he'd been going on like a rampage about brutalizing KSI. And now that the fight was like rolling up, he drops out. What was his reasoning? I didn't even bother looking. Why did he say he's quitting? There's a Prime Cup. It was wait and not prepared. Man, he got so much time to get prepared. He'd been talking so much shit about this fight, like ready to fight him. How he's going to beat the shit out of KSI. How did he not get prepared in all of that time? There's a resub Clorox and Trey. He hasn't said anything. Those are still rumors. Oh, okay. I mean, he did pull out, though. I'm very curious as to why. Watch Wade's video. I'm going to wait for it to come from Dylan Dennis' team directly. I do like Wade a lot, though. Have I heard anything from Warner Bros. About Miss Shinema? No, not yet. Thanks to the resub elephant. You should look up Serial Instigators on YouTube. I've heard of that channel before. I'm familiar. What are you scratching? Oh, that was my leg. Thanks to the resub. Took. Do I like ball torture? Nah, my nuts are super ticklish, like super sensitive. Even when I'm showering, if I like give my nuts too hard of a tug, it makes me like really uncomfortable. I don't know. It's a very sensitive area, and I get all like tickly. So no, I'm definitely not a CBT enjoyer. There's a Prime UMC. same, can't wear jeans because of my balls. What do you mean same? Don't put me on the same level as you. I can wear jeans without my balls being so tickly that I can't stop like making little whoo noises or whatever. The fuck do you mean? We're not the same. My balls are just ticklish when they get played with. Thanks to the bits hamburger. Do you see Captain Sparkles is launching a lawsuit with YouTube about the new policy changes? Wait, what? The lawsuit that could destroy YouTube.
Happy New Year, everybody. For my first
This is
video of
news to me,
2023,
actually.
I thought we'd talk about impending doom. Well, okay, that's still to be decided, but at the end of next month, February 21st, 2023, the United States Supreme Court is hearing arguments for a case called Gonzalez versus Google, which has major implications, not just for YouTube, actually, but for the entire internet. It's serious enough that, like, I'm low on the YouTube totem pole. I don't get invited to too many things these days, but I was even invited
Nobody
to
does.
a group call with YouTube employees,
Literally no one does.
other creators, creator-adjacent business people to inform us of what this is and ask if we wanted to be part of something called an amicus brief, which will actually be used during arguments in the trial. So what is this case, Gonzalez versus Google, about? And why is it a
Give me
big
the cliff
deal?
notes on it.
I
I've
do
never
want
heard
to give
of
a
it.
disclaimer. I have no formal legal background. I'm sure that'll be obvious to people. So there probably will be better videos on this from other YouTubers who are actually lawyers. Keep that in mind. I'll still do my best to give the info necessary for this. So before we get into
feed it to me.
specifics of this
On a
case,
nice little
we
plate
need
so I
to
can
go back
understand.
to something called Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act of 1996. This is where everyone tunes out. They're like, oh, God, sections and numbers, and I didn't come here for this. What the frick, dude? Yeah, I know, but bear with
That's
me,
how I would say,
because
what
it is
the fuck?
important. And like I said, the future
You'll
of
catch me saying,
YouTube,
what
at
the
least in the
frick?
form that we know it, does sort of hang in the balance here. So, what is Section 230? Well, perhaps the most important text in it says, no provider or user of an interactive computer service shall be treated as the publisher or speaker of any information provided by another information content provider. What does that mean, simplified? Basically, it means that a website like YouTube
Is it responsible for
Facebook,
the content?
or Twitter or any site that hosts a ton of user-generated content isn't responsible as a website for the speech, the posts that the users post on the site. You can't blame YouTube because someone posts a terrible, awful video where they say horrible things.
Yeah, that's been, so I didn't know it actually went this far back. That's commonplace. That's been what's protecting the major corporations that run the websites. Because if they're being held responsible for every piece of content on there, the moderation would have to crack down so fucking hard and everything would have to be in a very, very squeaky clean state. Otherwise, they'd risk opening themselves up to massive lawsuits if that protection wasn't in place. I didn't know that was Section 230. I didn't know what it was called. But yeah, that protection's been around for a very long time. It's a legitimate necessity. A website like YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, whatever, could not function without that protection being in place. It would crumble and die. So I'm assuming, since that's now being referenced, this Gonzalez versus Google case is about Section 230 being overturned's not the right word. Thrown out, replaced. Trying to hold the corporations responsible for like hate speech or something would be my guess. YouTube hosts a massive platform that's given rise to extremist content, and they need to be held responsible. Well, in doing so, you will then force them to be held responsible for every single piece of content generated on the site. That's going to be my guess as to what this is about then if this is being referenced.
And this is very important because it's in contrast to, let's call them legacy media outlets. So think newspapers, TV news outlets. Those are considered publishers in that they are seen as expressly authorizing what is put
Yep,
forth.
they
whether
review
it's
the
in
content.
text in the articles.
It is their voice
or
in it, yep.
verbally said on the TV station. So let's think of something like slander or libel. Say a newspaper publishes an article that accuses someone out there of doing terrible things, but
They're
those
responsible
terrible
for the
things aren't
words.
actually true. Well, that person can sue for libel, and the newspaper is responsible for having published that article.
Doesn't
The
apply on
difference here,
YouTube.
which is protected by Section 230, is if someone goes on YouTube and says a bunch of slanderous things about someone, it's not YouTube's fault. You can sue the person who made that video, but you can't sue YouTube for hosting that piece of content. It's a very similar concept to the DMCA, which I think more people here are probably familiar with, in that what the DMCA is to copyrighted content, Section 230 is to speech. There is an important carve-out here that is different from the DMCA, though, and that states that no provider or user of an interactive computer service shall be held liable on account of any voluntary action taken in good faith to restrict access to or availability of material that the provider or users consider to be obscene, lewd, lascivious, filthy, excessively violent, harassing, or otherwise objectionable, whether or not such material is constitutionally protected. Okay, this just means that sites are allowed to actually try to execute good faith moderation on the content that's
Without
posted
being
to
held
them.
responsible
and as opposed
for
to the
overall,
DMCA,
yeah.
where if YouTube tries to be hands-on at all and says, "Oh, you
So then
can't
what
post
does
this on our
Gonzalez
site,"
versus Google
they're no
wanna
longer
change?
indemnified. They have to be totally hands-off. With Section 230, YouTube can make efforts to moderate really, really bad content.
Hold on. Let me look something up real quick. I feel like if this was really about getting rid of Section 230 protections, this would be a much bigger deal unless it somehow flew under the radar. Because just looking it up, I was curious how new it was. This was October of 2022. Or no, November of 2022. But this is also citing a case from October of 2022. How the fuck would this have flown under the radar for so long? Have people talked about this and it just hasn't been picked up by the majority of people? Because that is news to me. One question before the Supreme Court with Gonzalez versus Google is whether, under Section 230, a website or service develops content and therefore loses immunity when it uses an algorithm to recommend terrorist content based on users' viewing history. As the Artificial Intelligence Law and Policy Institute argued in an amicus brief before the Ninth Circuit, the court must determine if content recommendation algorithms are neutral facilitation tools or a means of developing user-tailored content. Wow. So this algorithm that they spent the last fucking 10 years fine-tuning to be the machine that it is today, maybe it's very undoing then if they're able to make that argument that now, since this algorithm is recommending content, they're no longer just immune. Because now, at this point, they're basically acting as like the publisher of it, like in the promotion of it, it seems. That seems to be the boiled down argument. The algorithm promoting terrorist content or the algorithm steering public discourse, like tailored content, is, I guess, being argued as them no longer just being like this hands-off God, what's the right word? Hub? They're now like a direct participant. Thus, they're now going to be held to the same standards of something like The Sun. That is very, very, very interesting. Holy shit. Huh. Oh my god. Yeah, that's a pretty fucking good argument. Like, this isn't baloney. Because they're not wrong. The YouTube algorithm will keep you in a bubble if you want it to, or if you let it. So let's say you are someone that, shit, this is a really morbid one, but there's a community on YouTube that likes to torture young monkeys. And if you watch one of those videos, YouTube recommends tons of people torturing monkeys. Like, it's a real fucked up thing, and the YouTube algorithm, in the way that it works, will continue to recommend that content. But under Section 230, they're not responsible for the content being there, but the algorithm promoting it is now being argued to be YouTube as kind of like almost being responsible for it because they're showing it to you. They're delivering this experience to you. So the same rules they're arguing shouldn't apply in a case like that. Yeah, so it's no longer just a neutral party since it's it's giving you the content, like it is feeding it to you. There's the Prime Kinky, and then you said Daffodil and Smed. And this would apply to all social media. Anything with algorithmic driven content, it sounds like it would apply to. Here, let me fast forward to the Gonzalez case here, because I imagine Captain Sparkles gets deeper into it than my surface level reading from this one article.
Search results. If you're searching for something, you have to rank the content that shows up somehow. Is that also considered algorithm at that point? And I actually asked this in the call that I mentioned earlier.
You don't just stumble on the monkey torture stuff. You don't. Just like you wouldn't stumble on most of the echo chambers you can get lost in. But the algorithm continuing to feed you that content is no longer the platform being neutral. It is actively giving you that. It is actively enabling you to get this content. Even if it's good, even if it's bad, doesn't matter. They are not neutral anymore. They're just providing you that content. They're like, oh, you like this? Here's more. And here's more of that. And here's more of this. Which they're now arguing is no longer just like this, hey, hands off, you find what you find, and it's not our fault.
I was told that there is precedent for Google search results to be protected. But again, even though this case is called Gonzalez versus Google, it is about YouTube. And so I'm sure that the defense will reference that, but I don't know that it's established precedent when it comes to YouTube search specifically. And so it's a very hard question to answer. What actually is the algorithm? This only applies, obviously, if the Supreme Court is thinking about ruling against Google here. But I guess that's why you're probably still here, is to find out what could actually happen if the court rules against Google on all counts. So, God forbid, let's envision a worst case scenario here. We may not actually see immediate massive changes to YouTube. Because remember, this ruling wouldn't be, oh, the algorithm is now illegal, you can't make content recommendations.
It wouldn't just be the algorithm.
By making these content recommendations to viewers, you may now be held liable for what they've uploaded. So now,
thus they'd have to crack down so fucking hard on every piece of content uploaded to YouTube, which they realistically can't do. They would have to play so safe on every upload, otherwise they risk being sued, otherwise they risk full legal action. Yeah, it's not just like, oh, okay, so the algorithm's going away, so it's going to go back to how YouTube used to be. Because now they're going to be responsible for every piece of content on the site.
Somebody goes and uploads a horrible, vile video that's a clear violation of the terms of service they agreed to when they made a Google account to be able to upload in the first place. But somebody sees it via an algorithmic means before it's taken down, and that person decides, I'm going to sue YouTube for this. And even if it's a frivolous lawsuit because it was a violation of the terms of service to begin with, YouTube has to defend that lawsuit. And defending lawsuits is very expensive. And if they start getting hit with enough of those, then it's going to be too expensive to keep the site operating in the way that it is. And at that point, they may be forced to start scaling back in places in order to avoid being hit by all of these lawsuits over and over, to the extent that the site can actually operate without being in jeopardy from them. So over time, if YouTube is hit with a deluge of these incoming lawsuits, does that mean that the only functions remaining are the ability to manually browse to a specific channel? That subscription feeds
that'd be a lot
are
deeper
the only
than
thing
that.
that's active? Channels you've already hit the subscription button on, and therefore it's going to serve you content from them? Does search still work in the same way? Will that be carved out? Will it be exempt? But when you really think about it at the end of the day, as much as, you know, I've complained about the algorithm here and there, usually that comes from like a selfish perspective, like, man, I wish it were recommending my content more. But what does YouTube actually look like? What do all of these websites look like without any form of algorithmic content recommendation?
No, he hasn't brought up the deeper point here, so maybe I'm misunderstanding from the article, but it seems like if they do rule against YouTube, it's not just like this algorithm needs to change, it's you are now responsible for this content. So it's not just a matter of, okay, no longer we're going to be really strict with our algorithm, we can't recommend anything bad. It's we can't have anything bad because if someone finds something bad, we can be sued for it. Whereas right now, that's just not the case because of the 230 protections. He just said that. You skipped that part. Oh, what? When? I thought this was him still just setting up what the case is, which I was looking for more like here's the ramifications. I can see what the case is. I've got it up, so I just didn't need the summary. I think its videos can't be recommended to you. No. From what I'm reading here, it seems like it's no longer going to be protected by the Section 230 rulings. Not just like it can't recommend to you anymore. This is still just the same article, though. So perhaps I'm off the mark. Maybe it's not as doom and gloom. There's a resub Misty. In the Prime Fancy. But here, I'll go back to before I went to the epilogue
Case for
of the
things that get heard by the
outcome.
Supreme Court. Usually they are constitutional issues, and this is, in a way, a free speech issue. So will the court consider that a website, that YouTube recommending a piece of content to a viewer is an endorsement, is like a newspaper giving the okay to publish an article? Or will they see that almost all social media websites at this point, if not all of them, operate off of an algorithmic recommendation system?
Yep.
And to not give some sort of carve out there would more or less break the operations of all these websites. The scope of this is not even known, though. Like, where do you draw the line between what is considered algorithm and what is not? You might make the argument that videos recommended from channels you're not subscribed to on your homepage, maybe that's algorithm. Suggested videos to the side and bottom of the video you're watching, okay, maybe that's algorithm. But what about search results? If you're searching for something, you have to rank the content that shows up somehow. Is that also considered algorithm at that point? And I actually asked this in the call that I mentioned earlier, and I was told that there is precedent for Google search results to be protected. But again, even though this case is called Gonzalez versus Google, it is about YouTube. And so I'm sure that the defense will reference that, but I don't know that it's established precedent when it comes to YouTube search specifically. And so
So I see people in the chat once again saying, and this is him giving the recap of what's going on and like the scope of it. But again, it's not just the algorithm, at least not based on what I'm reading here. One question before the Supreme Court with Gonzalez versus Google is whether under Section 230 a website or service develops content and therefore loses immunity. When the algorithm recommends to terrorist content based on viewers' viewing history, as Artificial Intelligence Law and Policy Institute argued in the amicus brief before the Ninth Circuit, the court determined if content recommendation algorithms are the neutral facilitation tools or means of developing user-tailored content. This recommendation algorithms fall outside the scope of Section 230, and the ruling would have enormous implications on how websites would operate. This is like it's still independent of just the algorithm. It's now looking at the website as a whole. So any kind, and he does mention this, any kind of like a search result could be considered an endorsement. That's what I'm saying. It's not just like remove the algorithm and it's all fine. This seems to be arguing that at this point, at this stage, YouTube could be considered like endorsing the content. Is the argument. And if that's the case, it could no longer just house anything without it being strictly monitored before being published, I imagine. Anything served to you, which is a gray area, not anything they host. Right, and how do you define what's served to you? Which is what he's just now talking about as well. It's a very hard thing to determine. What is considered served to you? Thanks to Prime Zook. Yeah, of course, Snert. Who gets to determine this? Don't know. But here's some of the closing arguments here, I suppose. At least, well, not closing arguments. Some of the arguments. I'll read a few. Plaintiffs of the case argue that the defendant violated the Anti-Terrorism Act by communicating ISIS messages, radicalizing recruits, and furthering their mission. And 2, should be held liable for this content because it was promoted through targeted recommendations on its website. The plaintiff alleges that the promotion constituted Google's aiding and abetting in the promotion of recruitment efforts of these terrorist organizations. Through this, plaintiffs argue that YouTube provided material support to ISIS, that they had knowingly permitted ISIS to post hundreds of videos on YouTube, and that the services provided by the algorithm provided access to viewers to similar content. Quotes, were critical to the growth and activity of ISIS. So a big takeaway there is it's not just the promotion. They also say they had knowingly permitted ISIS to post hundreds of videos on YouTube. That's just targeting the actual posting of that content. So the fact it was housed there, and they are now trying to argue that they should be held liable. And the fact that the algorithm promoted it should be used as a case against them having 230 protections. So this is like a really large scope case. If they started promoting videos on bomb making, I'd imagine they'd be liable. And you wouldn't be wrong. That's the argument they're making here, but with ISIS instead of bomb making. And in doing so, it targets the entire thing. Like, if they're being held liable for this, they will also be held liable for whatever else. How to get away with murder. Here's weird people torturing animals over here. This and that. They'd be held liable in every single other avenue as well. But then that also extends to anything. They would now be held liable for every piece of content. Meaning, if you wanted to post your Minecraft Let's Play, and let's say you use some hate speech in the middle of it, they'd be held liable for that. Like, oh, okay, so you're enabling people to say some slurs. It'd be very dangerous for them to allow content that they couldn't strictly moderate and approve beforehand. Just like a paper, making sure they don't publish something like that. At least that's how I understand it. .230 would still apply though, so YouTube would have to have like a message board without algorithms. But that's where it's so gray though, because, well, I guess a message board would be a little different, because then you could say it's user generated, thus we have no say in it. The users are posting it and blowing it up, not us. But just in even enabling a search function, you could then argue like the top search results, that's YouTube endorsing these things, and there could be bad things there. Thus, that'd still be a risk. Thanks to the Prime, dying and Darth Lightyear in Borderline. Not if by likes. Well, that'd be a totally different system. Yeah, they'd have to come up with something else that's entirely user-focused somehow. Top search result is user-generated. No, it's generated based off of what you usually watch. It's catered to you, your channel. Like what you're usually watching. There's a Prime Hope. It's both. I don't know about both. I've never had that be the case. Top vids is always based on like your watch history and what the algorithm thinks that you're most likely to click on based on your search. That's why two people are going to get two different search results if you type in the same thing. he says in the video that Google search results are protected by precedent, but he then again says that there's no telling if that applies to YouTube itself. That's applying to like searching for information on Google. So unclear if that would apply to YouTube with that precedent. Let me get back. I think he was mentioning it here.
Amended their content in some place. Search results, sure, but if I look in my YouTube analytics, over the course of my YouTube history, the majority of people who are here watching this, you discovered my content algorithmically. And without that, it's just going to crush potential for future growth for channels.
That
And
is
you
true,
have
but I think it's
people
much
who've
bigger than
obviously
that.
invested their livelihoods
There's
in
a
building up
lot
the
more
channel. You
for
have
it.
people who recently got to the point where they can do it full time. Well, that's not viable anymore. They can't grow. There's no more algorithm to push their content and expose them to new viewers. I might be okay because I've been at it for so many years and I've been able to build up an existing audience that may still be able to find my videos through subscriptions, but it would still hurt dramatically. Still, at least half the people who watch every video of mine are not subscribed. They're finding that content somehow. Some may be searching for me directly, but I would bet a huge majority are being found in suggested videos, recommendations on the home page. And without that, viewership plummets. If people have to go out of their way to try
This is
to
all very
discover
true. Yeah, he's
new
not wrong about
content,
any of this.
It's
That's a good
going to
point.
dramatically decrease the amount of interaction that content's going to see. So in the long term, you see massive loss of jobs. There are creators out there who may get tons and tons of views, but they also employ a ton of people. They have a lot of overhead. And all of a sudden, if you decrease that viewership even by 10, 20%, they're not able to meet their payroll. And the thing is, if YouTube falls, that's the final domino, right? They are the biggest, most well-capitalized entity to be able to try to defend against this and keep the site running without changes for the longest in the event that this case is ruled against them. Every other site at that point, smaller websites that are dependent
Anything
on algorithmic
algorithmically
recommendations,
based, yep.
they're done. They're gone. They're not operating anymore. It's impossible. And so it's not just creators who get destroyed. There's also going to be employee job loss at tech social media companies across the board. And so while I'm not a constitutional scholar who can really determine how Section 230 applies to algorithmic recommendations, what I focused on in my contribution to the amicus brief was simply that these algorithmic recommendations, despite
Tier 1
maybe
Sierra.
having an occasional shortfall, have contributed tremendously to job growth and people being able to make a living and are necessary for these sites to be able to operate the way they do and are, I think, a net positive. Despite, again, everything that I've complained about in the past, I do believe that content recommendation systems are a net positive to websites and helping to allow creators to do what they do. Again, though, I do just want to remind that is an absolute worst case scenario. And in my...
I still don't think that's the worst case scenario, though. Because again, going back to here, the legal question at the heart of this matter is to determine the following. Does Section 230, mentioning 230 by name, which is the protections in place for websites like YouTube, Twitter, whatever, where they're not responsible, like legally responsible for the content that users generate to protect them from things like a terrorist uploading a beheading video or something. They're not responsible for that. By mentioning Section 230 here and then talking about how content currently works, it feels like it's more of a threat to the protections put in place on the website as a whole, even if it's mainly like focused on the targeting. So does Section 230 immunize interactive computer services when they make targeted recommendations of information provided by another information content provider, or only limit the liability of interactive computer services when they engage in traditional editorial functions, such as deciding whether to display or withdraw with regards to such information? Like, to me, all of this seems much bigger. Should they rule against Google, it feels more like not only will the algorithm have to completely not exist. I don't see how they'd be able to anymore because you'd never be able to make an argument against it once that's overturned. They would also then have to strictly moderate what goes up because it's such a gray area on what you can consider targeted content, like what is getting recommended to you. It's just such a huge risk I don't see any companies taking. I mean, it's what the world needs. That's really short-sighted. So let's say, like right now, let's use like, I'm trying to think of something that's not too extreme because I don't want to go like too crazy with it. Right now, someone is being real politically incorrect. He's saying like some real bad things. He's making points about like, oh, this group is so inferior. They're such shit. This and that. Like, they're fucking terrible. They're awful. Like, right now, that person might find their way in the algorithm and you can be like, oh, that's terrible. They're promoting this. And then from here, I'm finding all these other people. But now let's envision a future where that algorithm's not there. And now they have to strictly moderate every piece of content. Obviously, they wouldn't approve of that guy. But who's to say that going forward, they would then approve of someone else who's just saying something kind of innocent that's not nearly as bad? It's like, oh, you know, I'm playing this game and I made a joke about this guy being real bad at the game. I'm like, oh, bro, you fucking suck. Like, this is very toxic. Is that allowed? Should we allow? Like, does that open us up to any kind of possibility? Or like CoffeeZilla did an investigation on Logan Paul, but it's not an officially conducted investigation. Is there a chance that we just platformed a completely fraudulent, defamatory statement? Like, it becomes this big gray area where it's like, fuck, what's going to open us up to that responsibility? That's just free speech, which is threatened here. Because the 230 section is about protecting it. They can easily moderate their content with AI. No, they can't. That would be a problem. Because right now they already do that, and that's become a big issue because here, as mentioned, it allowed ISIS to promote hundreds of videos, or post hundreds of videos on the platform. It would then need to be a massive overhaul and be manually reviewed in order to make sure that doesn't happen again. And it'd be much more serious. They already suppress discerning political opinions. But you can still find them. Like, imagine like if you right now search for a discerning political opinion, you can find it and a ton of creators and keep yourself in that bubble. You can do that for anything. I mentioned that monkey torture ring. If you look into the monkey torture ring, watch a video, you can find the entire echo chamber. It's all still there. Which is obviously like a bad thing. You don't want that to be promoted, but that's the reality of it at the moment. And then if they rule against YouTube and it's like, this is no longer protected by Section 230, you are responsible now because you have recommended this. It is you endorsing this content. They're going to be very, 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 very selective on what can even be posted in the first place. They'd have to be. Or they'd constantly just risk being open to a lawsuit. Only verified channels up. Okay, then no other creators ever allowed to post on YouTube. So then you have no small creators anymore, you have no new creators, and you have no new viral videos because you're not a verified account. There's a prime harrowing. Plus, that's just so fucking dystopian. Only trusted uploaders can upload onto YouTube. I'm hoping that this article I'm reading is kind of like overly fear enticing, and it's actually much more grounded in the things that Captain Sparkles is focusing on what it means for like the actual creator atmosphere. But it just seems to me like it's a lot bigger than just that. Because he does mention it, this would affect anything that uses an algorithm, which is every social media platform, really every platform. I don't think there's a solution for that. Well, you need to carve off some kind of like stipulation to get like with the modern times, like algorithms control every piece of information out there. It is what it is, and everyone benefits everyone benefits from it, even though it might not seem that way. Like even the guy who mentioned the discerning political opinions being suppressed, without the algorithm, they wouldn't exist. They just wouldn't even be allowed on these platforms that don't like that. Like let's say it's run by someone who just doesn't like your political opinion, they would probably just not allow it because it opens them up to a potential liability with it. So no matter where you stand, you do still benefit from it. At least I'm just learning about this. It's very possible that all of this I'm reading here from this, which does seem like a pretty reputable website, could still just be a little overblown, perhaps, on the scope of the potential. I would like to hear more from like lawyers and stuff, as Captain Sparkles mentions. I think he's done a great job breaking it down, like in its like most plain state. Like, here's what it means, here's what it is.
12, almost 13 years now on YouTube. I feel like we've seen enough legislative scares, SOPA, PIPA, the end of net neutrality, that have come and passed and not ended up being nearly the apocalypse they were promised to be. So I also have hope that that will end up being the case here. But it's also good not to get complacent and be aware of things like this. And even though in this case there isn't quite as direct a way to participate, you can always call up your local representative and voice your concerns in the matter, in the hope that maybe at some point there can be legislation that is actually passed in order to enforce that algorithmic content recommendations are concretely protected by Section 230, despite what may end up turning out from this case. If there are elements that are ruled against Google, there could always be legislation in the future that is passed in order to protect this sort of thing. So it's good to be aware of. I haven't seen too much coverage on this, interestingly
enough.
I
didn't hear about this shit at all.
Yet it was the first time that I was asked if I wanted to get on a call with YouTube employees and other creators to discuss it, which I did find interesting. Maybe as the trial gets closer, we'll start hearing more about it, but I still thought it was worth making the video, putting it out there, putting it on your radar in case it's of interest, and we'll just have to wait to see how it plays out. I do hope that algorithmic content recommendations will be able to remain. As much as I've complained, again, I do think it's necessary. So with that said, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
That was a very, very informative video there. Jesus. Only in moderation can this be accounted for. That's just so delusional. Billions upon billions of billions of billions of minutes of content is uploaded every hour to YouTube. If it can't be moderated by an AI or something, some kind of system, then it can't be allowed at all. They just wouldn't allow that much content. They'd be selective. They'd only allow what they can actually moderate, because they'd have to. It's a lot, but not that much. Probably exaggerated, but it is. Here, actually, why don't I look it up? They have stats on it. Here we go. How many hours are uploaded? This was June 28th of 2022. How many hours of video are uploaded to YouTube every minute? Over 5,000 hours of video are uploaded to YouTube every minute, which equates to 30,000 hours of freshly uploaded content by the hour. So 30,000 hours of freshly uploaded content every hour. Like, there's just no team they could do that isn't bots that could actually moderate that shit. So you just wouldn't be able to post it if they lost their 230 protections, or if holes started to get poked into their 230 protections. If I'm an idiot and trying to find out if the Earth is flat and YouTube algorithm suggests flat Earth content to me, the algorithm has contributed to me believing the Earth is flat. Well, that's the argument they're making, that YouTube is now responsible for that. though on a much more like serious scale about like ISIS videos and recruiting. But yes, that is the argument. They are now no longer hands off. They are now actively contributing to it. Thus, they're like the facilitator. They are the ones providing you with those things. That's their argument. Thus, they no longer get the 230 protections in that case. Is it tier 1 heave and the prime Jimmy? Ugh. Very, very interesting. Who do I think should win? Well, it'd be absolutely disastrous should this set the precedent about algorithmic generated content, because that affects every single platform currently out there. So that would be super rough. I hope they reach some kind of middle ground where they can recognize that, yes, this is a problem. Here's how we can fine-tune this to ensure these awful things don't happen with the algorithm. So they carve out like a stipulation like, okay, here's how you can keep these protections in place while using these things, and this is how it's going to work. I think that'd be better for everyone. Because the algorithm's not, it's not great right now. Like, under no circumstance should I be able to look into monkey torture and find thousands of channels and videos of people torturing monkeys. Like, that just shouldn't even be, like, a possibility. So, like, the algorithm needs some tuning. So, hopefully, they can find a way of actually tackling the problem with the algorithm, the overall issue, and stop suppressing things as well. I don't like the suppression of content. I do understand it in cases where it's, like, dangerous, where it's like one that I used to watch, God rest its soul, was the man who was calling for action against the reptilians. Like, that kind of shit is dangerous, and I get why you'd not want to, like, not have him super frequent out there. But I mean, as just like genuinely differing opinions that aren't like the mainstream ones, suppressing that shit I've never agreed with. So the algorithm needs tuning. And hopefully that'd be the best outcome here, I think, as opposed to just the complete abandonment or the complete throwing away of the 230 protections because of it. Does live content still get those protections? Yeah, YouTube's not responsible for anything on their live content. There was that Russian streamer who killed his girlfriend on stream. Brought her dead body in too, if I remember correctly. YouTube is not responsible for it just because they hosted it on their platform. They're not they don't endorse it. And they're protected because of the 230 protections. YouTube has no control over some fucking maniac going live and killing his girlfriend. They shouldn't be responsible for that. What the fuck were they supposed to do to prevent that? They had no idea he was a normal streamer from what I recall. Lost his goddamn mind. Killed his girlfriend. Like, how are they supposed to stop that? They're not responsible. And they shouldn't be. Why shouldn't they be? Is that a real argument? There's no way. Why shouldn't they be responsible for someone going live and doing some horrible shit like that? Well, because if they're held responsible for that, they're going to be held responsible for everything, meaning, once again, what I talked about with this, which is what I think is most concerning. I don't know how realistic it is. If they start being held responsible for everything put on their platform, they're only going to allow very squeaky clean things that aren't going to get them in hot water. It'd be the only safe way of running the platform. You wouldn't be able to freely post a video. They'd have to check it beforehand to make sure it's even allowed to go up. There would be no free speech anymore. It would all have to be highly monitored and approved content, just like publishing for a newspaper. There already isn't free speech. Everyone likes to say that and exaggerate. You right now can post a video on YouTube about anything. Legitimately anything. And you might find an audience for it. Unless you're doing something legitimately illegal, you can do that. And it can stay up. And it might even get recommended. Now, I know there is suppression, which, again, I always lobby against. But you can. You absolutely can. You're not getting punished for it. Unless, of course, it gets suppressed, which very well could happen, I suppose. But you can, right now. Is the resub Seiya and sauce. It's such a dumbass argument, though. Sure, they program the algorithm, but it's designed to send you shit based on your interests. Obviously, YouTube shouldn't be liable in the first place. You guide the algorithm most of the time, not the other way around. Yeah, and the argument is trying to poke holes in it because, again, getting recommended an echo chamber of ISIS recruitment videos is probably not the best. Like, it's not a dumb argument to make. Like, that is a problem. Like, even, like, let's say one of the ISIS recruitment videos was disguised as a fucking Minecraft Let's Play. Like, I'm playing Minecraft, also, I was just reading about ISIS, it was kind of interesting. And then all of a sudden, you are getting recommended more ISIS recruitment videos. And now you're in that echo chamber, even though at first you didn't want to be. You did find yourself there. Like, there is a problem with algorithm recommending shit like that. There was even a problem with the algorithm recommending, like, children doing very questionable things. There does need to be tuning of it. But just not, like, an outright throwing away of the 230 protections because of it. But yep, I had never heard of this until Captain Sparkles, so that's huge. I'm definitely going to be keeping my eye on it to see how it develops and try and get a better understanding of it, because right now it's all pretty surface level. I just learned about it. I'm hoping I'm wrong about, like, the scope of it. Like in the Doomsday scenario, I hope Captain Sparkles is more accurate on it, where it's mainly just instead of like a complete destruction of the entire site, like I feel it would be. So I'm going to have to definitely do more on it, do more research on it. Did you find the video from the algorithm? Chat recommended it. They kept asking if I heard about Captain Sparkle's lawsuit, so I thought he was suing YouTube. YouTube isn't going anywhere, calm down. Well, I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying, like, if this did go through, over time, YouTube would absolutely not be able to function in its current state, not even fucking close. Honestly surprised this hasn't started rolling out sooner. There's been certain things that are kind of close. Like I remember like, what was it, SOPA or COPPA or some shit? I don't remember. Just not, I don't think they've ever tried to go for like the Section 230 protections until now. At least not to my knowledge. But yeah, it's a lot. How would they fix some of the stuff? What, like with the algorithm? I don't know, man. I'm not a fucking engineer. If you want like my dumb little reptile brain idea, let's say like again, anyone can post anything to YouTube. That's the beauty of it. Let's say someone posts like, I'm getting people together to commit this mass murder. Sign up here so we can go do mass murder together. Like, let's say that video gets made. It shouldn't ever get recommended. It should somehow be identified, ideally. But let's say it doesn't and it slips through and some people find it. Well, with the algorithm currently, like it would give you, you'd watch that video and then the recommended videos would be similar things like, hey, talking about mass murder over there. You ever heard of like ISIS? It feeds you more things to keep you in that loop. Whereas like, ideally the algorithm would be like, oh, you just watched the video about like, joining mass murder. Well, that's not good. How about we recommend something to get you out of that headspace? Here's Roblox or something. I don't know. Steer it away from those kind of things. Sounds impossible. Probably. I'm not a fucking engineer. I also think some of the things the algorithm actually does seem impossible to me, but I'm just not smart enough to comprehend it. Thanks for your big bubble. Yeah, that was a big one, Joe, the apocalypse thing. Or just remove the videos. Well, yeah, that's, again, you would have to identify them. But right now the algorithm can identify the dangerous videos and still feed them to you. For however brief a time they're online. Because YouTube did take down a lot of the ISIS videos, obviously. But for the time they were up, the algorithm could recognize them and still feed them to you. Thanks to the resub wore it. Couldn't tell you light. No clue. No idea. Obviously the algorithm is shit right now, but arguing that because the algorithm recommends it, it's a direct endorsement by YouTube is a dumbass leap in logic. I can't believe it. Well, I mean, that's the argument they're trying to make, man. I don't know what to tell you. They're very clearly desperate to somehow pin this on something. So they're choosing this. Like, hey, you guys got this. Shit's not doing great for us. Don't forget, Logan Paul's Japan video was #1 trending when it came out. Oh, the Suicide Forest thing. That's true. That was #1 trending video. That was pretty big. Thanks to the gift subs. Yeah, I saw Afroman made that song after his property got broken into. He's made like 3 songs on it. They're bangers. Will I make a video talking about how serious it is? I'm going to need to do more research on it. Again, I could be totally fucking wrong about all of this. I have read 2 articles now because I got another one up that I've been going through. I've watched 1 video on it and read 2 articles on it. I could be way overestimating the magnitude and the severity of it. I could be. Like, it's very, very possible. So yeah, I just need to research it more myself. But yeah, big ups to Captain Sparkles for even getting the word out about this, because I didn't hear shit. And this sounds like a very big deal. Alright, I'm going to bed though. It's 3 a.m. Alright, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. New subs, welcome aboard. Sub means a lot. Thanks for subbing. Enjoy those emotes. I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a great rest of your evening. I'll see you all tomorrow. Who's doing AMOC runs? I'll toss you to an AMOC runner tonight. Who's still on? Holy shit, everyone's still on. No way. Yep, Distortion. Yeah, literally everyone's still on. Distortion, Ouija, Maxi, Zach, Matt, Golden Spat. Jesus. I haven't tossed you to Distortion yet, have I? He usually goes to bed by this time. Oh, he is just now getting off. He's rating Maxi. Alright, who haven't I tossed you to? I tossed you to Zach. I've tossed you to Ouija. Let's see. Let's give you a new face here. Here, I'll toss you over here. All right. Thanks again, everyone. See you tomorrow.